Hello and welcome to this, our 168th live stream. Funky, groovy, trendy Ramesses II. This is a little jab at the Petrovich video from Monday. So if you haven't seen that after live stream, go back and watch that. This is where we critique one of his posts about the recent history of the view of Ramesses II. Okay, we want to wish you all a really happy Friday. We're glad you could join us. We've got a great lineup of questions. And we're going to start by just a little bit of housekeeping here, which is if you haven't signed up for our Egypt and the Bible tour, please do so. It's going to be a really interesting time. You won't want to miss it. The link is in the description, so please check that out and join us in Egypt in March of 2025. Okay, let's get into the rules quickly, and then we'll get into the questions. First rule, super chats have priority. That doesn't give you a guarantee of an answer, but it does give you the guarantee that you will be noticed. So, and this is true on every YouTube channel, super chats have priority. Okay. The second one is if you have still want to ask a question and you don't have, say, a super chat, you can put a Q and a colon in front of the question. We need that Q and the colon. If we don't have that Q and the colon, question doesn't exist, we don't see it. Okay? Really important you do that. Third rule, only post your non-super chat questions once. No question spamming. This is a hard and fast rule for us. If you repeat a question, we will disqualify it for the night. We cannot allow question spamming. We had a few incidents of that when we first started the live streams, and we just can't have it. The fourth one is if you're asking a question about a Bible verse or an ancient language, we need a little bit of context. So in the case of a Bible verse, we do need the book, chapter, and verse so we can look it up quickly. And in the case of a foreign language, we need what language you think it is and what you think the word means. And then finally, if you sponsor a non-super chat, which we do allow, only sponsor one question per super chat and retype the question in the super chat so we don't have to hunt it for it. This just saves us a lot of time. And this has been going well ever since people have been doing it. So we want to keep doing that. All right, let's get into the questions. We're going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. And the first one here is from Darkblade. What do you know about Anatolian hieroglyphs? Okay. It's actually, the language is called Luvian. And these were hieroglyphs that were essentially used from 1500 BC to around 700 BC. Mostly in monumental inscriptions, but also in seals. The language essentially has phonemes, it's got logograms, it's got determinatives. It's a real hieroglyphic language. It's not based upon, say, the Hittite language, though. Even though it's sometimes called Hittite hieroglyphs. It's its own language. It has its own language underneath the hieroglyphs. Now, I'm not an expert on this, but I can recommend a great book on this. Okay? If you want to learn Luvian, there's the book by Anik Payne on hieroglyphic Luvian. And you can see some Luvian hieroglyphs on the cover here. It's got glyph tables. It's a complete grammar. It's a complete grammar. And got lots of beautiful example texts. So I would highly recommend this book if you want to learn hieroglyphic Luvian. So it doesn't have a huge corpus, but it does have it's mostly used for monumental inscriptions. So that's what I would recommend for this. And I think it's a great resource. It's a great book. So That's pretty much what people use now today to teach Luvian. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the non-super chat. We appreciate it. It's a great question, and it's a language that does need more attention. So I'm glad somebody is interested in it. Okay. The next non-super chat from scroll bar back here. 501 Mobius. Is there a standard way to spell Ramesses? Yes. Exactly how you have it spelled in the question there. Ramesses. Now, there are people who will spell it in other ways. You'll find some people spelling it Ramses. The only thing that it really needs for it to be correct spelling is you need the R, you need the M, and you need at least two S's. If you don't have two S's, it's not Ramesses. Okay? Because in Egyptian, it's pronounced Ramessu. There is a second S in there. And in the biblical text, that second S is preserved. So there's a lot of ways you can spell it, but the standard way that Egyptologists generally do is like you have it there, which is Ramesses. Okay? So that's the standard way of spelling it. At least in, say, Egypt. Or, sorry, in English. All right? So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the non-super chat. Really appreciate it. We're also going to take his second one, too. This will be the third non-super chat here, which I thought was also kind of an interesting question. And he says, on at least 3 versions of Manetho's list, there was a Kebron or Kebros. Who was that? We don't know. He doesn't appear to exist in Egyptian records. Now, we know in Manetho's list, he's got it tucked between Akhmosa and Amenhotep I. The problem is there was no king between those two. There's no Egyptian king list that records any other king between Akhmosa I and Amenhotep I. So this seems to have been a case of he may have had a corrupted manuscript when he did his histories, his king lists, but it doesn't seem that this was a real king. It seems to be a mistake or a scribal error of some kind. So that's the best that we can determine it. It only appears in Manetho. This Kebron or Kebros only appears in Manetho. It doesn't appear in any other king lists that we have. So you won't find it in Turin Canon. You won't find it on the Ramesses Abydos list. You won't find it on the Abydos Seti I list. You won't find it anywhere else. So, it's really one of those things that just seems to be a strictly restricted to Manetho. There's not even a mention of it in any cartouche or anything else. So we can only best ascribe that as a error of some kind. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, let's get to the super chats. The first super chat here is from Aston Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Was the serpent's temptation of Eve the first time that Satan sinned? In all likelihood, yes. And the reason is because of Ezekiel 28, which was said that basically you had basically the glory of your creation until iniquity was found in you. Okay? And that appears to have been taken place in the garden. So Ezekiel there is making reference to Satan's fall in the garden. So it appears that even though maybe some of the angels maybe have fell before Satan, that Satan's sort of first sin was in the garden itself. So that seems to be what the text is inferring here. So essentially, he joins the prison at a different point in time. So it was already an established prison population at the time Satan sort of gets in on the act. So that seems to be what's going on there, is that he sins in the garden, even though other angels might have fallen before him. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Second super chat here is from Addison Weir for $4.99. Do you think there is a relationship between Genesis 3, Ezekiel 28, and Isaiah 14:12-15, like Heiser argued in chapters 10 and 11 of The Unseen Realm? Yeah, I agree with Heiser there. I don't agree on his exact interpretation of the three passages, but he is right that they are connected. Now, Genesis 3 and Ezekiel 28 are strongly connected because Isaiah 28 calls basically the serpent the covering cherub, who was there at Eden when iniquity was found in him. So let's just take a look at Ezekiel 28, and we can sort of get an idea there. So let's just pull that up. Ezekiel 28. All right. All right, now it does perform that amphibole that we see in a lot of passages where it started talking about two things at the same time. It starts talking about the king of Tyre, and then it makes the shift. And so in verse 12, we have, Son of man, take up a lamentation over the king of Tyre and say to him, Thus says the Lord God, you had the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Okay, now that could apply to the king of Tyre. Verse 13 is when you start seeing that shift. You were in Eden. No, he wasn't. He wasn't in Eden. So it's clear here, someone else is being referenced. The garden of God, every precious stone was your following, or your covering. The ruby, the topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, the jasper, the lapis, and the turquoise, and the emerald. And the gold, the workmanship of your settings and sockets. Now, this is very ancient Near East. Okay? Where, say, gods of the ancient Near East were conceived of having bones of metal, skin of gold, and be made of precious stones. So this is a very ancient Near Eastern thing here. Wasn't you, on the day you were created, they were prepared. You were the anointed cherub who covers. He's a throne cherub. There ain't many of those. And I placed you there. In fact, there's 2, maybe 4 throne cherubs. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked in the midst of the stones of fire. Okay, King of Tyre, we've definitely gone away from the King of Tyre here. You were blameless in your ways, this is verse 15, from the day you were created until unrighteousness was found in you. By the abundance of your trade, you were internally filled with violence, and you sinned. Therefore, I have cast you as profane from the mountain of God, and I have destroyed you, O covering cherub, in the midst of the stones of fire. Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom by reason of your splendor. I cast you to the ground and put you before kings that they may see you. All right. So there is definitely a strong connection here between what happened in Eden and Genesis 3. Okay? So, John Irish says distinction between Eden and the Garden of Eden. No, it's the same place. There's no distinction in the biblical text between the Garden of Eden and Eden. Okay? It's said to be the same place. So there is definitely a strong connection here between Ezekiel 28 and Genesis 3. So it's definitely one and the same. Now, in the case of Isaiah there's still a connection, but it's a lot weaker. So Isaiah 14. And it's talking here about the king of Babylon. So it's doing something similar as we see in Ezekiel 28. But instead of say the king of Tyre, it's another haughty king, the king of Babylon. So Isaiah 14, where it says, let's go start here. Yeah, I already answered that. Yeah, there's no distinction between Eden and the Garden of Eden. They're considered synonymous in the text. So when it talks about Eden, it's not talking about anything other than the Garden of Eden. Okay, so verse 12. How you have fallen from heaven, O star of the morning, son of dawn. King of Babylon didn't fall from heaven. You have been cut down to earth, you who have weakened the nations. Okay, you might be able to make the case the king of Babylon has weakened the nations through its idolatry and such. But you can't say he fell from heaven. He was never up there. So there is that sort of so there is that reference there to an angelic or a divine being of some kind. But verse 13 here, but you have said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will raise my throne above the stars of God. Okay, star here is it's a reference to angelic beings. So this is not just, say, heavenly points of light. It's not talking about the big burning balls of gas in the sky. Okay? It's not doing that. It is basically saying that I will raise myself above the angels of heaven. I will sit on the mount of the assembly. Okay, this is the divine council. In the recesses of the north. I will ascend the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. Nevertheless, you will be thrust down to Sheol, to the recesses of the pit. Those who will gaze on you, they will ponder at you, saying, is this the man who made the earth tremble, who shook the kingdom? So, we start with the king of Babylon. It moves to another subject, which is this angelic being that exalted himself above the Most High. And then we're back down into the pit, back to the man. So it's basically that sort of point, counterpoint, and fibly situation where you have one subject that's really not referring strictly to it. Okay? I mean, people do this too in modern day. Okay? People do this too. I mean, we still write things this way. We just aren't always explicit about it. You know, let's say for example, you get a guy out there who says, yeah, I bought a Corvette. Beautiful car. Shapely curves. Really sexy. But boy, you know, it's starting to be expensive to maintain. Eats a lot of gas. And it doesn't even make me sandwiches anymore. Am I really talking about a car there? I'm getting a dirty look from my producer. Yeah, it's basically you're using the car there to symbolize a relationship. Okay? So you do see this in modern literature. Yeah, great Corvette class ship. Well, same deal. Hard on gas. Shapely curves. So you do find this in not just ancient literature, but you see it in modern literature too. You know, a good, this is just a sign of really good writing. It's a sign of excellent writing. But it is something that we do find woven through scripture is this idea of, you know, they'll start talking about one thing when it really means something else. And then jump back to the original topic. Yeah, we'll take that comment there from N. Japones Konrapi. He says the problem with this one is the use of Lucifer in the text. Well, the Lucifer is not in the text. Makes people make a big deal out of a weaker, quicker mention. The problem here is that verse 12, that "O star of the morning, son of the dawn," it was translated by the Latin Vulgate as Lucifer, but Lucifer is a translation. It's not strictly in the text. But that's why it still is a reference to a heavenly being that exalts itself above the Most High. There's not a lot of beings in that class. Okay, there's not a lot of angelic beings in that class. So even though that translation is often used, and that translation has become synonymous with Satan and the serpent in the garden, it is a translation. And it's a neologism. It's a new word that was coined in that translation. So even though that text, John Irish says, wasn't Satan a sinner, a liar, murderer from the beginning? What's the beginning? Define the beginning. That's the problem here. Is the beginning, as far as the text goes, and as far as the arc of biblical history is concerned, is Genesis. That's the beginning. The beginning is the expulsion from the garden and everything that preceded that. That's considered the beginning of biblical history. Oh, no, he fell. He totally fell. He never fell? No, he fell. Absolutely. That's what Ezekiel 28 is about. Him falling. That's what Genesis 3 is about. Him falling. Oh, he absolutely fell. No, he wasn't created fallen. He became fallen. God doesn't create anyone fallen. We become fallen. Angelic beings become fallen. Yeah, it's part of agency. It's part of agency and volition. Jack Ray, help! I'm fallen. I can't get up. Oh, those were terrible commercials. Terrible. Okay, so I think we've covered here. John, you're misreading these texts. You really are. John says no. Genesis 1:2 came to be a chaos and vacant, a disruption. No, it wasn't. That's also a misreading of those texts. Tohu va bohu. Okay. It means formless. The best we can translate that is formless and void, as in unformed. Doesn't mean chaos and vacant. In fact, one of those rules, bohu, doesn't even have a translation. There's no Semitic cognate for it. It's kind of like it's sort of a nonsense word meant to alliterate. So it really just means formless. Like one of the best translations I've ever heard of for this was formless and schmormless. That's like the best translation I've ever heard of this. So it's not chaos. It's not like eruptions of chaos going all over the place. No, that's not what the text is inferring. It's inferring that God's starting with a blank slate, and he is forming it into spaces to accommodate his temple ideology. So, yeah. BC says the phrase tohu bahohu is also used to describe a desolate land after plague and war. Yeah. Yeah. It needs to be reformed. It needs to be reorganized. That's exactly what it... No, John, not came to be. That's not what it means. We're not going to get into that, any more of that, your digressions here, okay? Because you don't understand the text enough to really sort of grapple with it properly. Okay, let's get on to the next super chat here. So the next super chat here is also from Addison Weir. For $4.99, thank you for the super chat. And he says, it seems pretty clear that universalism is unbiblical. Yes, it's unbiblical. However, does it rise to the level of heresy? No. Now, we got to be very clear on what we mean by heresy. Heresy is something that affects your salvation. It's an error so grievous that if you believe it, you will not get into heaven. Okay? Now, for example, the idea if you don't believe into the Trinity. That's an error that's so grievous, it could prevent you from getting into heaven. Okay? If you disbelieve salvation by grace through faith, that's an error so grievous that it won't get you to heaven. Now, in the case of universalism, there's many kinds of universalism. So you've got recidivism, where it's the idea that people will eventually see the error of their ways, separated from God, and want to come back. You also got the classic universalism that everyone just gets in immediately. Okay, that too. So there's more than one kind of universalism. There's even a hopeful universalism where people hope that universalism is true even though they know it's not. So just simply holding to universalism isn't unbiblical per se. It is, though, it is not biblical, and I don't think it rises to the level of heresy. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's clearly wrong. Because there are people who don't want God. But, you know, there's... Just because people believe in universalism doesn't make them heretical per se. Now, it can rise to heresy if you add some other doctrines to it. Like, for example, the what they call the Unitarian Universalists. But their universalism is not so much the problem as their Unitarianism. So in the case of Unitarianism, you've got one God, who's the Father, and then Jesus Christ, who's just a man, who is the way shower, not the way. That's heresy. And that will land you in hell, as it were. Okay? But universalism itself, unbiblical, but not necessarily heretical. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, next super chat here. Is from Mike, JSB, for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you consider the 430 years of Exodus 12:40 approximately correct? Yeah, approximately. There's some other things that we have to... It's really more 450 years. Okay, we'll get into that in a moment. The distance between Hammurabi and year 25 of Ramesses is more than 430 years. Correct. Okay? Now, here's the issue. Is the clock doesn't begin necessarily during the reign of Hammurabi. Okay? Now, Hammurabi reigned 43 years, I think. Let me just double check that. Yeah, 43 years. He reigned 43 years. And the War of Kings happens in his 39th year. Now, the promise he's given comes after that. Now, Abraham's given 2 promises. The clock starts at the beginning of the promise. We're not told if it's the first promise or the second promise. The problem here is that the second promise isn't well dated. Okay? We know it's sometime when Isaac's already a teenager or a young adult. But we don't know exactly when. So, at that point, you're just sort of estimating. But the distance between Hammurabi and the 25th year of Ramesses II happens to be 480 years. Happens to be 480 years. Now, you add Isaac's 20 years in Syria doesn't count. Okay? So it's really 450 years in Egypt and Canaan and Syria. So when Isaac is with Laban, the clock stops. So you got 450 years there. Okay? So that's only a 30-year gap between that 450 years and the death of Hammurabi. So there's more than enough sort of time there that, you know, Abraham has his conflicts in Canaan. You know, he sojourns in the land for a while. Then he has his first son, Ishmael, who's 13 years older than Isaac. Then he has Isaac, and then Isaac as a young adult, maybe 15, maybe 20, we don't know exactly. So you got 35 years potentially there. Yeah, it covers the gap. Easily covers the gap. So yeah, you could still probably say that the 430 years is approximately correct. We don't know exactly for sure though. Okay? But the distance between Hammurabi and year 25 of Ramesses II is not so great that gap can't not be covered just by the narrative of the text. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JSB for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Are we fairly certain that Avaris was abandoned during the reign of Ramesses II rather than during the reign of Merneptah or later? Yes, we are. Okay? And there's a couple reasons. After the abandonment of Avaris, it's turned into a cemetery. And in that cemetery, we find that now these are all remnants of graves because of agricultural upturning. Agricultural leveling has really just done a number on that context of that cemetery, but we have enough of the remains of that cemetery to know that cemetery dates to mid-Dynasty 19. Okay? Now, mid-Dynasty 19 happens to be smack dab in the middle of the reign of Ramesses II. Now, when we look at the reign of the 19th dynasty, I'll give you an exact number here. It's of how long Dynasty 19 is. You are talking about roughly 110 years. That's the complete 19th dynasty, 110 years. Okay? 66 of those years is Ramesses II. Okay? He starts in at the 17th year. Okay? So at around year 17 of Dynasty 19, Ramesses comes to the throne. And then he rules for 66 more years. Over half, if not 66% of roughly, 60% of Dynasty 19 is ruled by one guy. One dude. Okay? It's ruled by one dude. Okay? So, so when we talk about mid-Dynasty 19, there's only one guy ruling in mid-Dynasty 19. Only one guy. That's Ramesses II. You don't have much option here. Yeah, okay, maybe if we were talking late Dynasty 19 or early Dynasty 19, yeah, there could be some wiggle room there. But when you're talking about mid-Dynasty 19, there's one guy. Okay? Who's smack dab in the middle, and you got 33 years either way. Okay? Okay? So, yes, we know that this abandonment took place during the reign of Ramesses II. There's not much options here. So, yeah, that's pretty much, there's pretty much not much more to say to that. We know, as I said, that the abandonment happens mid-Dynasty 19, and there's only one guy ruling it. And it makes it easy because the guy did reign so very long. So that sort of separates out other options here. Jack Ray, no second option. Oh wait, Ramesses II is second option. Ah, very funny, Jack. It was actually pretty funny. Okay, so Mike JSB, thank you very much for that super chat. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Okay, 18 ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What does Acts 8:39a mean? Okay, let's pull up our Bible and let's get to Acts here. It's not John, Acts. Acts. And this deals with Philip. Okay. Start at verse 28. And this is Philip meeting up with the Ethiopian eunuch. Verse 38. And he ordered the chariot to stop, and they both went down into the water, Philip as well as the eunuch, and he baptized them. And when he came out of the water, the Spirit of the Lord snatched Philip away, and the eunuch saw him no more, but went out on his way rejoicing. Okay, now the question is, what does it mean by when he came up out of the water, the Spirit of the Lord snatched Philip away? This does seem to be a reference to divine transport. Okay, so he's baptized by Philip, and then Philip disappears. Doesn't really disappear, he's snatched by the Holy Spirit. And there does seem to be precedent for this in Scripture. For example, Enoch, when it says he walks with the Lord, and then he was not, for God took him away. Another example is Elijah in 2 Kings 2:11, where he's taken away on a fiery chariot to heaven. Okay? So there is... Yeah, it would be freaky. Yeah, it'd be freaky. Yeah, you come up out of the water and the guy who baptized you is gone. Yeah, that'd be freaky. Commentators just basically say that this is an example of one of those spirit moving people around as he needs it. Rare, but not without precedent in Scripture. So, we do see this we don't see it often. It's rare, again, rare, but it is something that Scripture does seem to accommodate, or at least mention from time to time. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. All right, next one here is from 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What themes of Lord of the Rings did Peter Jackson miss? Ooh. Well, the biggest thing I think he missed is the idea that the ring is Sauron and Sauron is the ring. He also seems to have missed that the ring works like temptation and sin, not evil. See, here's the thing. Peter Jackson's, when he read the book, he sort of viewed the ring as being the source of ultimate evil. Evil! But that doesn't seem to be the way that Tolkien seems to have viewed it. Tolkien seems to have written Sauron as more of a tempter figure. A figure that tempts the nations to rebel against Ilúvatar, in the same manner that Melkor did. So, Sauron is not just an evil being, even though he's that too. But he's a tempter of nations. He's a deceiver. When he makes the rings, all the 9 for the dwarven kings, or the 9 for the 9 for the humans, 7 for the dwarven kings, 3 for the elven lords. They are meant to deceive those rulers and potentates. So they're meant to be a deception for the nations. So that's more what Tolkien had in mind here, is that Sauron is a deceiving figure. And the ring, the One Ring, is the incarnation of Sauron and sin. It's a very sort of it's a very Catholic worldview, and which makes sense because Tolkien was Catholic. Was he Anglican? No, he was Catholic. He just assumed. No, he was Catholic. C.S. Lewis was Anglican. So that's what Peter Jackson missed. And you started to see this when you did start to see this sort of where he misses the boat in, say, the second film. In the second film, where everyone starts having the same reaction to the ring. And this is one of sort of the authorial virtuosity of Tolkien, is that Tolkien could gauge everybody's reaction differently to the ring. Everyone's action was different. You had Smeagol's reaction, who wanted just to possess it. It's precious. You had Galadriel, who her reaction was of a dark queen, to be loved for her beauty. Her vanity. It tempted her to vanity, which is a very interesting reaction. You had Boromir's reaction, which was to basically assert the dominance of I think it was Gondor. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Strider's. Yeah, my producer says Strider's reaction, too much work. Yeah, so everybody has a different reaction to the ring based upon who they were as characters. And Tolkien uses it as a plot device. A plot device to bring out characterization. Tom Bombadil is, doesn't care one way or the other about it. Faramir, I love his reaction. He says, I wouldn't pick up that thing if it was lying on the side of the road. So, Tolkien uses the ring as a foil to reveal character. And this is how he advances the plot, is he reveals people's character, their true natures, and where they're tempted, where their sin is at, through the ring. So, very much it's a very different way of viewing the ring than say Peter Jackson does. Peter Jackson is just a one-dimensional a director here. He really treats it in a one-dimensional manner, and I think it's very it doesn't do the text justice. So, and I hope that helps. So that's what I think is the themes that he's missing most here. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Now, the most important question here of the day from AT Mistress for 199. What's a casserole and why tuna? Dude! Gotta answer this. A casserole is a baked pasta dish. That's what it is. Now, in the case of tuna casserole, you've got a lovely blend of, say, carrots and celery, all basically an onion, and it's fried in a mirepoix. And then you add peas and cream of mushroom soup and tuna and cheddar cheese. Mix it all in macaroni, lay it in a pan, cover it with more cheese and breadcrumbs, and you bake it. It's a baked pasta dish. My heart bleeds for you that you've never had a tuna casserole. It is such a pleasure in life. I know there are people out there who hate tuna casseroles. But I love tuna casseroles. Tuna casseroles are delish. Absolutely delicious. So, BC80 confirmed, not Baptist. Alexis, boo, tuna casserole haters. I know, I don't understand it myself. I don't understand how people could hate tuna casserole. I don't understand it myself. I loved it. It was delicious. Delicious. Gaius Octavius says, "Don't worry, you're not missing out. But they're terrible even without the tuna." Oh no, no! You unbeliever! You heretic! You heretic! You cannot be saved! He will never reach culinary heaven. He will never reach culinary heaven. Bubble Machine says, "I've had plenty of casseroles, mainly breakfast casseroles. Those are unparalleled compared to the others." You know what? I like breakfast casseroles too, but I just can't be bothered to make them. There's too much other breakfast food that's easy to make. But you know, there's times when tuna casseroles are delicious. Definitely one, especially ones with potatoes. I mean, they can be really yummy. So not keto though. Okay. Yeah, they're kind of like a quiche. They are kind of like breakfast casseroles are a bit like a quiche. That's true. They tend to be a little, in my opinion, they're kind of actually better than a quiche, because quiche will have that crust, and you know sometimes that crust is not so good. It's kind of like a quiche without the crust. So yeah, a bit like a frittata. Yeah, like a frittata. Scarab Chronicles says. Yeah. BC, I reject labeling breakfast foods as breakfast. Breakfast foods are fair game at any time of the day. Somebody stop me. Well, I mean, you go over to Scandinavia and you get meatballs for breakfast. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I spent a night in Helsinki, and in the morning I had breakfast at the hotel in Helsinki, and I had their breakfast buffet, and it was a selection. It was sexually a selection of cheese, hams, meatballs, fish. No cereals. You could get yogurt there, but no cereals. Well, actually, that was when we picked up Tiglath. That was when we picked up Tiglath. So I went through Paris at that time. Didn't go to Egypt that time, but Jack Ray says cold Hawaiian pizza is a breakfast food. Yes, it is. It's also a Canadian food. Did you know that? Hawaiian pizza was invented by Canadians. It wasn't invented by Hawaiians. It was invented by Canadians. A food to be proud of. Okay. Let's go on to the next super chat here. That was fun, of course. Okay, next super chat here is from AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Why is Cyril of Alexandria considered a saint? Because he wrote voluminously on biblical topics, and he was very, very good at it. He was a very good theologian. He was an excellent theologian. Not just good, he was excellent. He did a lot of work on writing on the Trinity. Yeah, he was an exceptionally good theologian. And a lot of people saw his work and said, man, this is somebody who's gifted at this, somebody who's touched by God. Now, he was a scumbag in other ways. You know, some people are like that. You know, they're good theologians, but they're kind of nasty in other ways. And that basically fits Cyril. So, but that's why he's considered a saint. His writings are very influential in the Coptic Orthodox Church. And he is generally considered to be a saint among Eastern Orthodox. So, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for 199. How are Hatzor, and Jericho military bases? Okay. I think this is a reference to basically Michael Jones' view that these were military bases. Now, I'm not sure about all of them, okay? In the case of that was supposed to be a watching post. So that was in all likelihood a military base. It was a watching post. It wasn't really a city, okay? I was actually a watch post between Jericho and Bethel. So there's no question that Ai was a military installation. Jericho is a little less clear. It was a larger city. It did have a civilian population living within it, but there were times when military bases had civilian populations there for support reasons. You know, you did need somebody to run a tavern within military bases, or supply foods and cooks and that sort of thing. Now, in the case of Hatzor was a capital. It was a capital of a confederacy of 5 kingdoms that had been conquered. So in the case of Hatzor was a military center. It might not have been a military base, but it was a military center. It was the capital of this Amorite confederacy. Okay. And it had been conquered by the Amorites. And the king of Hatzor then went on his own conquering spree. or at least they were in league with the Amorites. So Hatzor seems to have been an extension of Amorite power in the north. So if you didn't take out Hatzor, you were probably going to be in trouble if you wanted to hang around, say, the northern Israel. So Jericho and Hatzor seem to have been pivotal for actually conquering the Promised Land. You just weren't going to get it. You just weren't going to be able to stay there as long as those two cities were intact. So, there were definitely military components to all three. As I said, A was no doubt a military watch post. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Hatzor was a capital and a military center. Jericho very well could have been. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Have you changed your opinion that from the text saying Kash Erim of Aram to Urkish and someone adding Deem? We don't know. This is the problem. It could be either. It could be either. Either one could be correct here. This could be Urkesh with DM added. It's a possibility here. The other possibility is that it was Urkesh Arim, and the Resh was changed to a Dalet, which does happen in texts, in Hebrew texts, because Resh and Dalet look so close. We've got one text where it talks about either Edom or Aram, and we don't know which one it is because of that Dalet Resh orthography issue. So either one of these could be correct, and I'm not going to say hard and fast which one it is. I don't know which one it is. So I haven't changed my opinion on it. I just don't know which one of these is the right solution to the problem. The only thing is we do know that it does begin with Urkesh. That much we know. Darkblade, Resh is more curvy, Dalet is more angular. It is, but if you're writing it fast, scribes do make mistakes. Okay. So either one of these is possible. Don't know which one it is. Next super chat here from 18 Ministries for $4.99. He says, I know we joke about Satan being a squatter. That's because he is. And how people give him more credit than he deserves. They do. But does that conflict with what we see in Jude 8 and 9? All right, let's pick up Jude 8 and 9. Jude and verses 8 and 9. Okay. Now, one of the things we have to understand with Jude here is that there is there's a structure to this that is very important. But oops, this is 3 John. Here. Okay. Now, there is a structure here that we have to be very, very mindful of. Verses 5, 6, and 7 are all in parallel. They're parallel, and you can almost think of them as being, say, indented in the text. So each of those is meant to be sort of taken separately. And then it comes out, the text comes out of that parallel structure into verse 8. Okay? So after it talks about, say, in verse 5, that basically the Lord didn't spare those who came out of Egypt who didn't believe. And then in verse 6, angels that didn't keep their proper domain have been kept in bonds of darkness. And then in verse 7, God didn't spare the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, who were indulging in, say, gross immorality. Then we get to verse 8. Yet, in the same manner, these men, also by dreaming, defile the flesh and reject authority and revile angelic majesties. Okay? Now, that word angelic does not appear in the text. It's reviling majesties, reviling doxas. Okay? Glories. Okay? Reviling glories. So this is meant to be almost taken in parallel with those previous 3 verses. Okay? So you've got the reject authority. You've got the defiling of the flesh. Well, that's a reference to the Sodom and Gomorrah. The reject authority. That's the angels who abandon their charges. And revile angelic majesties. These are the people who did not believe. So it's a reference to disbelief. It's not a disputation of just a say against a demon. It's a reviling of godly revelation. Verse 9. But Michael the archangel, when he disputed with the devil and argued about the body of Moses, did not dare pronounce against him a railing judgment, but said, "The Lord rebuke you." Okay? So when we make fun of Satan being a squatter, we're not pronouncing judgment on him. We're just observing him for what he is, which is a no-good squatter. Okay? But verse 8 doesn't apply when it talks about the reviling of majesties. It's not applying to, say, the angels. This is basically saying that if you disbelieve the Lord, like the people who left Egypt disbelieved, then, yeah, judgment's going to fall on you too. And that's the structure here. Is you've got those 3 verses in parallel, 5, 6, 7, and then the verse 8 applying the rejection in reverse order. So defile the flesh, verse 7, reject authority, verse 6, and revile majesties, verse 5. So, anyway, so when we mock Satan, we're not in violation of Jude's. Excuse me. We're not in violation here of verses 8 or 9 here. Okay. So then, feel free to continue to mock Satan all you want. Alrighty, next one here. 18 Ministries for 499. Thank you for the super chat. What's the difference between exegetical and pastoral commentaries when pastors are supposed to exegete the text? Great question. It's an excellent question, and it's a matter of focus. Okay? Most commentaries have a particular focus. Some place where they're in the grand publishing scheme where they have a particular strength. Okay? An exegetical commentary focuses on exegeting the text. Basically getting every scrap of meaning and commentary that it can out of the Greek or the Hebrew. Okay? So, basically that's what they're doing, is they're going into the original languages, they're looking at the words, seeing what the range of meaning is, and seeing what meaning is there inside the text that they can be drawn out. Now, a pastoral commentary has a different focus. Its focus is on application. So a pastoral commentary will generally be more focused upon how do you apply the text to you in that situation. So you need to be both, as a pastor, you can't do without the exegetical commentaries, because that's your first job, is to understand the text and to exegete the text. You have to do both. Okay? But sometimes there's going to come a point where you want to say, apply the text too, because this is the sort of the proper method of expository preaching. Is you read the text, you explain the text, then you apply the text. That's the full method of expository preaching. So you're going to depend on those exegetical commentaries for understanding the text. You need that to understand it, to explain it. Okay? But the pastoral commentary will come in when you need to apply it. Now, you can get away, if you're a preacher, you can sort of get away without the pastoral commentaries if you can understand the text good enough. But sometimes they're helpful. Sometimes they're useful. So I wouldn't dispense with them entirely. But if you have access to a local library and you need to look up a pastoral commentary to get some, say, you might have a very technical piece of texture you're preaching from that Sunday, and you might not be able to figure out, how do I apply this for my congregation? That's where a pastoral commentary will be very helpful. Yeah, if you're anywhere near a library that allows local access to the library, that's what I would recommend for pastoral commentaries, is look them up as you need them. I don't normally recommend buying pastoral commentaries. I think if you're going to buy commentaries, go for the exegetical ones. They'll give you more bang for the buck. But if you're going to preach this thing full time, I mean, if you are a full time preacher, it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be a bad thing. If you did go out and purchase one to help you, with as I said, I normally preach from 5 commentaries, so. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much, and I hope that helps. You might want to keep an eye on. Okay, 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. My wife says you need an Instagram for your shorts. I thought your wife liked me. She wants me to have another social media outlet. I mean, isn't Twitter and TikTok and YouTube enough, and Discord? Oh man! I mean, right now my week long, my channel work list is like a page long for the week. Wow. Oh dear. Mama, truth, people need you, even the people on Instagram. Oh dear. Oh man. Okay, well, I'm not gonna make any promises here on getting on Instagram. It's not just something. It's something I just don't feel a great urge to do at the moment. But and I'm not an Instagram user, so I guess that doesn't help either. So Okie dokie. Scarab Chronicles. So, does this channel have a Discord? Oh yeah, we have a Discord. Yeah, we have a Discord. Links in the description, and it's a pretty active community. Again, keep it respectful. You know, but you're free to come on the Discord, and we talk about all sorts of things, things related to ancient Egypt and the Bible. So, yeah, you're welcome to come and join us. We'd love to have you. All right, next super chat here. It's from AT Ministries for $1.99. Gonna appear on IP's Exodus stream. Wasn't planning on it. No, I haven't even watched the video, honestly. He's referencing to Pelagia's Kip and Josh Bowen sort of takedown of the Exodus. Apparently this time they venture into the late Exodus date, but I can only imagine how dreadfully bad that was. I've already heard some things about this. I mean, if it's their usual shtick, they'll quote some minimalist scholars, and probably not even quote them all correctly, and then they will mistake a few facts, and then they'll basically rub each other on the back, saying, "Oh, yeah, that was so easy to win," and then IP will probably, you know, show what clowns they are, and then the slander game begins. So, so yeah, I wasn't planning on getting involved in that. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope it helps. All right, 18 Mysteries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How do you overcome the sorrow of moving on to your next step, place in ministry? You know God wants you to leave, but you miss them and the memories. Okay. Wow. That one, if you're in a good situation and God's calling you to move on, that's not a bad thing. Okay? That's a good kind of sorrow. Okay, that's a good kind of sorrow where, you know, you've raised your you've done your charge as well as you can, and you're moving on for their good as well as your own. Okay? And for the good of the next ministry you'll be doing. There have been times when I've sort of said, yeah, okay, this next move from God doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And I like the people in my old ministry. But then you go, okay, God's got a plan for this and he's got a reason for this. And then when you get there, you understand why. You understand why. And, you know, it usually comes down to this, is there's hearts that want to be fed. And as we said, as Christ said to Peter, feed my sheep. Okay? So we're not always, you just have to sort of say, okay, I'm going to trust in you, God. And you'll find if you trust in him, yeah, it generally works out. So yeah, it's going to be tough, and especially if it's good. If you're coming out of a good ministry, one that's borne a lot of fruit, as you say, a lot of good memories, but you know God wants you to leave, you miss them, and if you don't leave, okay, here's the thing. If you don't leave, it's going to go bad. Okay? If you know God wants you to leave, don't stay on the stage. Yeah. Do you? My producer said, "Do you really want to stay there without God's blessing?" That's not a good place to be. Okay. They have this saying in show business: once you start walking off the stage, keep walking. Don't look back. Keep walking. Yeah. Look to the next stage. Okay. So I would say that. I would say definitely if God wants you to leave, leave. No, don't be abrupt about it, but do the move. Just bite the bullet here and do the move.
If you're sure it's God.
Yeah, if you're sure this is God, he does say here, God wants you to leave. Okay, if you know God wants you to leave, leave. Yeah, it is an act of faith. Okay? It is an act of faith. So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. You're not going to get over that sorrow immediately because it sounds like in this case it was a good ministry. So, but if God wants you to move on, move on. Don't look back. Jack Ray. Our pastor was great, but one night he just disappeared. Like Philip. He baptized, and then he was gone. Can you imagine that in a church? The pastor does a baptism, and you see this cloud of smoke, and pastor's gone, and the guy goes out of the water. Go, what? Where's Pastor Philip? Where'd he go? Haystack. Enoch, where'd you go? God called him, and he was gone. Yeah, you might not want to be that abrupt. Just saying. Okay, if you're going to baptize someone, at least stick around for the tuna casserole after. Okay? Don't leave immediately. But if God is calling you on to the next assignment, make the move. Make the move. Just don't. Just don't hang around. I've seen a lot of pastors hang around former ministries way too long. And it's bad. Really bad. I got this call once for a prospective ministry. Okay. Where I was told that it was a problem church. Okay, it was a problem church. They needed a new minister. Because the old minister left, but the one before him never left. Hung around. Okay? So you had you had two ministers there before, supposedly considering me, which was a guy who was a young guy who couldn't take it because the old guy didn't leave. The old guy was pastoring at some other church, but kept coming to this church. He kept coming to this church and worshiping at this church because he considered this his home church. That's a toxic relationship. Yeah. Who preaches at a church and doesn't consider it his home church? Yeah, full-time pastor. Yeah. So they had this mess on their hands. They had this absolute mess where the old guy won't leave. He won't leave. And, of course, now everybody still considers the old guy the pastor. So the young guy, the new guy, can't ever establish himself. Yeah. It's just, it's crazy, but you do see these situations in ministry. Jamie Russell said that?
You know,
Jamie Russell says, did he know where he was? Oh, absolutely he knew. But he didn't want to give up, the power. You know, he had power in 2 churches now. What could be better? The one he preached at and the one he hung around. No, it's a really bad situation when an old pastor hangs around the church. Okay? Like that. It's just, no. Pick up, go elsewhere. If you're called to another church, make that your home church. You owe it to that new church. You absolutely owe it to your new church, if you're doing a ministry somewhere else, to leave your current church and go to that new one. You owe that. That's what they're paying you for. So yeah, I've seen some bad situations with pastors doing stuff like that. So yeah, don't vacillate if you leave. You know, make your decision. Tell your congregation when your last day is going to be. Go out the door and don't come back. It's better for everybody if you do this. Darkblade, this slightly reminds me of a period in early medieval Japanese history where an old emperor would retire but still be the power behind the new one. Yeah. Yeah. It's all about not giving up power. It's all about not giving up power or influence. But this is the price we pay as pastors. This is the price we pay in a preaching ministry. Is we can't have let's say, a permanent ministry unless that's what God calls us to. If God calls you to one church for life, then praise the Lord, you're blessed. Not everyone gets that. And the price we pay as ministers is, you change your loyalty when you change vocation. You don't hang around where you're not needed anymore. You have to leave to give the new guy the freedom to do what he needs to do. Yeah.
That's the point.
Well, there's 2 points there. I mean, my producer says you have to leave for God to work in your life. But you gotta leave to let the Lord work in the new guy's life. You're both called. At least you should be. You're both called to particular ministry. You to your new one, your successor to your old one. Okay? Yeah, exactly. Haystack points it out really well here. I like that. Just be one in Christ. Respect the transition. God's call. Yeah, it's God's call. It's God's call where you go. It's God's call where your successor goes. PC. It's all about me. Me. For too many pastors, it is. Oh yeah, we've seen some incredible egos in the pulpit. Oh yeah, there was one guy at an LCMS church we used to go to. The old guy didn't leave, and boy, he had an ego. He had an ego. But that's not even the worst. As I said, that's not even the most egregious case, because that guy was technically retired. And he didn't preach anymore. He just was retired.
No.
Yeah, he just sat creating trouble. He did create trouble. But by that point, too, that the population of that church had changed so much that a lot of people forgot who he was. So, but yeah, I would say my advice to you is, you know, make your departure clear, make it clear to your current congregation, move on to your next one, make your transition swift and decisive. That's going to help everybody here. And don't hang around. Okay? God will heal the hurt. Okay? God will heal the sorrow. Okay? So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, but it is a problem that we do see in some ministries too. So, 18 ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Money's a bit tight right now. It's tight everywhere right now. But this is a bit for Anthony. Well, thank you, Anthony. We'll appreciate that. I certainly appreciate that. Yeah, the economy is not doing well at the moment, and we're seeing this in our in the level of giving that we've experienced recently. So yeah, we appreciate this. So we want to thank you very much for supporting the ministry. Because again, it's been one of the leaner months we've had. So we do appreciate this, and thank you very much for your support of the channel. Okay, 18 ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. That being said, only 25K for a commentary? Laugh out loud. If anyone can do it, you can do it. You've already shocked me a few times on this. Yeah, a 25K will get you a commentary. Okay. One, not all three. Okay, one. All right, so thank you very much for your support of this channel. Again, we appreciate it. And it's well needed at this time. So thank you so very much. Just going to take Talitha's Kum's comment here. I love the title of this live stream. I can picture Doug Petrovich complaining about Ramses II as Exodus Pharaoh, the way that my dad's father complained about the Beatles back in the 60s. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you for that comment. It was very funny. Okay, next super chat here is from Daniel R for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, what is the best way to get started doing historical research if you don't have a history degree? Okay. The best way is to focus on a specific period that interests you. Focus on something in history that you find really, really interesting. And then read. And then read some more. And then read more, even more. Okay? That's your start. That's your start. That's your foundation. And then after that, you start looking for sources. And this is where things start getting very, very interesting as far as the historical research. Now, somebody asked a question some time ago on one of the, I don't know if it was you, on one of the comments, but somebody asked if there are courses on how to do research, historical research. There are those courses, but they tend to be postgraduate courses. So I took one on historical research and historiography at the end of my master's degree. So this is one of those courses that they give you sort of between the master's degree and the PhD. So it's one of those kind of classes. So it's just it's a sort of class after they've sort of primed you with all the base knowledge of history. So you want to start when you do, if you don't have a history degree, start with doing all the work you would have done to get a history degree. Read voluminously. Read voluminously. Become so familiar with this subject that if someone says, "Have you read this on this?" you go, "Oh yeah, absolutely read that." And I can name you 3 more sources too that, you know, talk about this. Okay. No, you don't have to have a PhD to do historical research. Yeah. 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 No, let's keep that because I think that's important. Okay, I will rephrase it. Because I think there's a slightly better way to rephrase it. My producer says, you know, you want to be able to read so much. You read so much. You don't need a degree to do historical research, but what you do need is to read so much that you can tell a good source from a crank. If you can't tell the difference between a good source and a crank, you haven't read enough. Okay? Yeah. If you are, and look at the quality, you have to be able to judge the quality of your sources. Okay? So if you're at the point where you've read so much on this one topic, this one tiny topic, that you know the sources, you can know basically you can recognize them in the footnotes, you can evaluate them, you then start finding new sources. And this is where sort of things get interesting for, say, doing historical research. Now you go to archives. And you start looking up things in archives. And this is where you then start integrating new data into what you're doing. So when you read the sources, you're getting your foundation. When you're incorporating new sources and new data into that research, now you're doing historical research. Okay? All historical research boils down to one of 2 things: new data or new interpretations. It all boils down to one of those 2 things. So you're either adding to what's being considered as data. Let's say you went to a archive. Let's say, for example, you're doing research on Bram Stoker, the guy who wrote Dracula. Okay. Now, there is a real research library for Bram Stoker. Okay, so I'm not making this up. This is a real thing. And you go to the Bram Stoker's archive, and you start going through his personal papers. Okay? And you see something in his personal papers about how he wrote Dracula. And you go, wow, this is really neat. This is a detail I've never seen before. You take that detail, and you write an article on that, and you publish it. You've now done historical research. You've added to the published data that's out there. So you've done new data. You might have looked then at, say, a broad panoply of Bram Stoker's work and find a common theme between them that you might have never seen before and no one's ever talked about. Okay, then you write on that. That's a new interpretation. That's also research. So research is more than just taking what you read in books and regurgitating it. Okay, that's not research. That's regurgitation. New data, new interpretation. Those are the 2 things you always need to keep in mind when you do historical research. So if you keep that sort of burned into your brain, anything I do has to either find new data or new interpretations. And it's as simple as that, but it's really hard to master. So again, you don't have a history degree, it's not a problem, but you do have to start reading, and reading voluminously. And you read so you know what is the existing data and what are the existing interpretations. Okay. Haystack. Ooh. Ooh. Haystack says, Dr. Falk, please, we trust you on Bram Stoker. We know your interest in vampires and their sparkling skin. I should have you banned for that. Vampires do not twinkle. They don't twinkle. No. No. No twinkling vampires. All right, that was funny. Mama debunked twinkling vampires. Yep. Back to the super chats here. That's pretty funny. Okay, here. All right, the next thing is from Daniel R. for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, in Ezekiel 20, verse 25, what were the laws that were not good? Let's review these. Okay. Ezekiel 20 and 25 here. We're gonna have to go back quite a bit on this. Okay. We're going to go actually a fair bit back here, because the whole context of Ezekiel 20 is what's going to make this clear. Okay? One of the things we have to understand about this passage is, say, more critical scholars are going to view this as laws concerning child sacrifice, even though there's nothing in here that sort of denotes or connotes that. Okay, so let's talk about what's going on here. And we'll start at verse 2. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, speak to the elders of Israel, say to them, Thus says the Lord God, do not come to inquire of me as I live, declares the Lord. I will not be inquired of by you. Will you judge them? Will you judge them, son of man? Make them know the abominations of their fathers. Okay, so we're starting off. We're not starting off here with a light touch here. Okay, so he's going right to the abominations. That's the harshest word in the Hebrew lexicon. Okay, if someone calls you an abomination, that's not a good thing. That's a really bad thing. And say to them, Thus says the Lord, on the day when I chose Israel and swore to the descendants of the house of Jacob and made myself known to them in the land of Egypt, when I swore to them, saying, I am the Lord your God. On that day I swore to them to bring them out of the land of Egypt into a land that I had selected for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. And I said to them, Cast away, each of you, the detestable things of his eyes, and do not defile yourself with the idols of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. So he's telling them, get rid of your idols. Get rid of your abominations. Get rid of your idols. But they rebelled against me and were not willing to listen to me. They did not cast away the detestable things of their eyes, nor did they forsake the idols of Egypt. They disobeyed. Then I resolved to pour out my wrath on them to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But I acted for the sake of my name, that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations among whom they lived, in whose sight I made myself known to them by bringing them out of the land of Egypt. So he's still going to be good. So I took them out of the land of Egypt and brought them into the wilderness. And I gave them my statutes and informed them of my ordinances, by which, if a man observes them, he will live. These are the statutes. God gives them ordinances, and if they obey them, they live. Also I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them. This is going back to Exodus chapter 20. That basically says the Sabbath is a sign that you're keeping the covenant, that they may know that I am the Lord who sanctifies them. But the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They did not walk in my statutes, and they rejected my ordinances, by which, if a man observes them, he will live. And my Sabbaths they greatly profaned. So, they're again disobeying the statutes, the ordinances. They're loving their idols, they're loving their abominations. They profane the Sabbath. Then I resolved to pour out my wrath on them in the wilderness to annihilate them. But I acted out of the sake of my name. So he's coming back to, hey, okay, I gave you these ordinances that if you obey them, you live, you prosper, you do good. But you refuse to obey them. You keep your idols, you keep your abominations, and you keep your profaneness. And I keep punishing you, but I keep sparing you for my name. Verse 15. And I also swore to them in the wilderness that I would not bring them into the land of milk and honey, which I had given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands, because they rejected my ordinances. As for my statutes, they did not walk in them. They even profaned my Sabbaths, for their heart continually went after their idols. Yet my eye spared them rather than destroying them. So he still shows mercy. And I did not cause their annihilation in the wilderness. And I said to their children in the wilderness, do not walk in the statutes of your fathers, or keep their ordinances, or defile yourselves with their idols. Okay, so verse 18, you start seeing a differentiation. There's God's ordinances, and there's the ordinances of their fathers. They're different. Verse 18 makes them clear. The ones that God says, get rid of your idols. The ordinances of your fathers, the statutes of your fathers, worship the idols. So we've got this sort of contrast here between what your fathers are doing and what the Lord told you to do. 19. I am the Lord your God. Walk in my statutes and keep my ordinances and observe them. Observe my ordinances, not your fathers. Your fathers say worship idols. Mine says get rid of idols. Verse 20. And sanctify my Sabbath, that they shall be a sign between me and you, that you may know that I am the Lord your God. Verse 21. But the children rebelled against me. Okay, the fathers rebelled, now the children. They did not walk in my statutes, nor were they careful to observe my ordinances, by which if a man observes them, he will live. Seeing a pattern here? You should be. They profaned my Sabbaths, so I resolved to pour out my wrath on them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. Same old thing. God gives them laws. They decide to follow their own rules and bow down to idols. Verse 22. But I withdrew my hand and acted for the sake of my name, that it should not be profaned in the sight of the nations whose sight I had brought them out. Also I swore to them in the wilderness that I will scatter them among the nations and disperse them among their lands. Now we're getting to close to verse 25. Verse 24. Because they had not observed my ordinances, but rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were on the idols of their fathers. And I also gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. Now, this is not saying that the statutes were not good. It's that they wouldn't live by them. Like, okay. Verse 26, and I pronounced them unclean because of their gifts, in that they caused all their firstborn to pass through the fire, that I might make them desolate, in order that they might know that I am the Lord. So, he gives them laws to give up their idols. They don't like that. They're not going to consider that good in their eyes. And they're not going to live by them. That's what it means here by verse 25. And then in verse 26, the Lord says, I pronounce them unclean because of their gifts. What are those gifts? In that they caused all their firstborn to pass through the fire, that I might make them desolate. Okay? So, they're playing by their own religion. They are totally playing by their own religion. They are basically, they're just basically going forward here and saying, okay, we'll live by my father's statutes. They liked idols. God said, don't do that. Follow my statutes. Does the same thing to the children. Okay, don't follow your father's statutes. Follow mine. Get rid of your idols. And now they're saying, the kids are saying, no, those are good statutes. I got better statutes. Your ordinances aren't good, but we're going to give you gifts of human sacrifices. And God says, no. Those are unclean. And they will make you desolate. So basically these laws that are, quote, not good, were basically you're getting that from the perspective of the eyes of those who are sort of obeying them. The children who of disobedience sees them as not good, because they would rather serve idols and do human sacrifice. So that's basically the laws that were considered not good was give up your idols. Just like it said all through this text. The text is tremendously consistent if you read the whole thing. Okay? But you can't read it out of its context. You get all sorts of crazy things if you start reading it outside of its context. And unfortunately, there are a lot of exegetes right now who are kind of lazy, not very bright, and they'll isolate verses 25 and 26 and go, oh yeah, God gave them these things that were not good. God commanded them to do human sacrifice. When the passage is saying exactly the opposite. So a lot of that they consider to be not good, give up your idols. That's the ones I consider to be not good. Give up your abominations. Give up your abominations. Give up your idols. Give up your tophets and human sacrifices. All right. So I hope that explains this. That's the laws that weren't good, but you got to go through the entire passage to get what the passage is saying. It is cohesive, it is coherent, but you got to go through the whole thing to get the pattern of what Ezekiel's saying here. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Oh, by the way, give up your idols. I want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you for your support, Jack. We really appreciate right now. It's been a rough month, so we do very much appreciate your support. Also want to thank you for the gift that you just gave us through PayPal. We really appreciate that. Wow. We do need it this month, so thank you so very much. We do very much appreciate it. Okay. Next super chat here is from Esther1446 for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Exodus 18 says Jethro and Moses' wife came to Moses. Okay, yeah. Why would Moses have sent her back? Verse 2. Why not bring her and his sons with when they fled to Egypt? Okay. Oh, there's a very good reason. As when Moses returns to Egypt, he has to sort of send his children and his wife away because they could be targets. That's the reason. Okay. Moses knows he's going to go back to Egypt to create some trouble. He's going to create trouble with Pharaoh and his courtiers. And if he brings his wife and kids with him, that's going to be a target. And maybe not even so much from Pharaoh, but Pharaoh's courtiers. You know, they have been instances in history where somebody makes trouble for the king, and some of the king's soldiers or administrators take matters into their own hands and attack the person's family. So this is just a way of keeping them out of harm's way while he has to do what he has to do in Egypt. So it's smart. Moses was a very capable, Moses' wife, Zipporah, was a very capable woman. Very capable. And the children were in good hands, essentially. So that's the reason. That's essentially the reason. It's just to keep them out of harm's way while he takes care of business. Okay. Next one here is from Jonathan for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What is the state of the debate on the historicity of David and the United Monarchy? The state of the debate right now is that the vast majority of scholars now believe in a historical David. Okay? The question now is, what is the size of the Davidic kingdom? Is it a local kingdom? Is it a cover the Judean foothills and the northern Canaan? That's what's at issue at this point, is what is the extent of it? So that's where the debate sort of sits today. Now, you're always going to get those guys, those clowns out there who says that there was never a nation of Israel, or never a historical Israel. You know, there are still, say, basically people on the extreme minimalist side that will make those remarks. And but they don't represent the consensus anymore. So that's sort of where it is. It is believed that there was a united monarchy, but to what extent did that monarchy have power is what's debated at this point. So almost nobody anymore denies the historicity of a King David. They now deny, well, what are some of the details of his life? Like, for example, did he kill a giant? That's still debated. Did the Davidic kingdom extend beyond the tribal holdings of Judah? That's still debated. But whether or not there was a historical figure, that's not debated anymore. And neither is the whole idea of a united monarchy. But how united is another matter. Okay? So that's sort of where the debate lies at the moment. I hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. All right, TBD gave us looks like a super sticker for $10. Thank you for the, is there a question that went with that? I do not see a question that goes with that. Okay, well, if he has a question, we'll answer it. But right now, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. It's super chats like this that do keep us still doing this and puts food on our table and allows us to continue doing this full time. So we really appreciate your support. Thank you very much for the super chat. We so much appreciate it. Haystack for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What was the purpose of nail clays in Mesopotamia? Oh, interesting. This is an interesting subject. The whole idea of clay nails. Now, clay nails are basically these cone-shaped pieces of clay. They'll often have cuneiform inscriptions on them. Now, Egypt had a version of this too, so it's not just Mesopotamia that had this. What you do is you fire these clay nails, and then you sort of drive them into mud brick as part of either usually a prayer or a blessing, or sometimes even a curse, depending. That is sort of lodged in the wall of a temple. So we do find a number of these. In fact, there's lots of these. There's not just one. I saw an exhibit when was it at the Royal BC Museum when they did the Egypt exhibit. They had some of these clay nails on display there. So it's not just Mesopotamia that had these. Egypt had these too. Haystack says, I'm going to have to get a t-shirt that says, Dr. Fultz said I asked an interesting question. Clay nails, what sorcery is this? Well, it's exactly what it is. It is a kind of sorcery. I've seen these. I've seen clay nails on display. And one of the things is they're kind of larger than you expect. They are typically, let's say, about that long. About 10 inches. About 10 inches, and at the base, I'd say they're about 4 inches in diameter, and then they taper off into a point. Okay, so, but you do see them. They are some. I don't know if there's any on permanent display anywhere that I can refer you to, but I have seen them before on display at some traveling exhibits. Scarab Chronicles says there is a question with the $10 super chat. Okay, I haven't seen it. Okay, but anyway, that's what a clay nail is. It's essentially a it is essentially a some writing, either a blessing, a spell, or something, or even sometimes a small note that's been fired onto a cone that's sort of driven, as I said, between mud bricks. Okay? And it's meant to be hidden. It's meant to be hidden in the mud bricks, so you don't see it. It's supposed to be covered in the darkness of the wall of the temple. We even have in Mesopotamia some of these stelae that were put face in to the wall, that were actually buried between bricks of the wall, so that they were never seen by anybody. So this is something that we do see defined in, say, Mesopotamian culture. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Let's go back and see if we can find that question, because I'm not seeing it. Are you seeing that question, hun? TBD, I just can't seem to find a question associated with that super chat. So, if you've got another question, if you've got the question, please repeat it, and we'll take it. Okay, Scare Chronicles repeats it here. He said, people that visited baby Jesus, he heard of wise men, Zoroastrian priests, but hoping you can shed some light on this. My thinking has changed on this. I used to think they were Zoroastrians. I'm no longer of that opinion. It has been pointed out to me that Zoroastrians did not practice astrology. Okay, so yeah, sure, I can admit when I was wrong, and but I've heard a lot of people say that too. So, but then again, I had to start looking at, okay, first of all, what does the text say? Where do the wise men come from? It says it comes from Anatolia, which is the east. But Anatolia could also be a reference to Turkey. Turkey is also called Anatolia. Okay, well then that had me thinking, okay, what are we talking about here then? Anatolia, if it's in Turkey, well, could this be a remnant of, say, Neo-Hittite worship? Now, they did do astrology. That I know. They had gods to stars, they had gods to, they had storm deities. They had a variety of astronomical type of stuff. So, at this point, I'm almost of the opinion that these were wise men from Turkey, or Asia Minor. So, that places a different spin on it. So, that's kind of where my thinking is going towards now. Now, I'm still not going to be, I'm still not going to be dogmatic about this, because I understand that there could be other opinions out there. But that's sort of where I'm thinking it's going at the moment, is that we're talking about people of a culture that did do some astrology of some kind, and I think that is probably a best. Okay, I figured he'd be. So that's sort of where I sit at the moment on this question. BC says Dr. Falk changed his mind. Oh yeah, oh absolutely. Hey, look, I think one of the things is that we should change our minds. I don't know why scholars get all wrapped up with, oh, you got to have an answer and it never changes. Well, if you're a teacher and your mind never changes, that means you don't learn anything anymore. If your mind never changes and you never update your opinion with new data or new interpretations, and you just double down on whatever position you have, you shouldn't be trusted. if everything you say is supposed to be the absolute, unchanging, inerrant truth that never changes, like the laws of the Medes and the Persians that never changes, nobody should trust your opinion. It means when you're faced with the truth, you will reject the truth in favor of your ego or whatever. No one should trust a teacher like that. No one should trust a teacher. Isaac Freeman, is that narcissism? It's pretty darn close. It's the academic version of narcissism. Yeah. Yeah, it's the academic version of narcissism. Billy says, unless you were right all along. Well, if you're right all along, there's no need to change. If you're right all along, there's no need to change. But if you're not right, and you've got new data to show you're not right, yeah, you better change. You better change your opinion. And I know there's scholars out there that go, oh, he changes his opinion. He can't do that. He's not allowed to change his opinion. Yeah, really? Since when does being an academic mean you can't change your opinion? Where's that written? What rule is that written? Is that in Second Opinions? No, I want you guys to understand that my opinion will change if I get new data. If I get new data and I find that data compelling, my opinion will change. Because you have to trust that I'm going to always go with the truth, no matter what that is. I'm going to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And I'm going to follow the truth wherever it goes. So yeah, you should change your opinion if the evidence shows you otherwise. And somebody did make a compelling case that I was wrong about the Magi being Zoroastrian. Okay, fine. That's perfectly good. I'm not going to be dogmatic about that. So now my thinking leans more towards now it's Hittites, or the remnants of the Hittites, or remnants of Hittite religion. But again, I'm not going to be dogmatic about that. Somebody might come along and say, hey, okay, yeah, I've got evidence against that. Okay, then I'll change it again. I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with my opinion changing. And this does frustrate some academics who say, wait, you wrote this paper 50 years ago. You're not allowed to change your opinion now. What? What? So, it's like, but academics can be really silly about this. They can be really ridiculous about this. So, your trust in me is more important than me being right. Okay? So for me, that's what's more important, is you're trusting in what I say is more important than being right. I can live in, frankly, I don't need to be right. Now, I will defend what I say vigorously if I think it is right. And I think that's only fair. But at the same time, too, if I'm wrong, I'll admit it. No problem with that. Mama says, Dr. Falk, you've changed my mind on several things. Well, I'm glad I could help. By evidence and valid arguments, not feelings. Yeah, well, feelings should not be a consideration here. Isaac Freeman said, I used to be a modalist and would double down when confronted with conflicting info. It was so freeing to finally be able to admit I'm wrong about some stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it is a freeing concept that you can just change your mind. It's a very freeing concept. You don't have to be straddled with bad ideas. You know, it's a bad idea can be as bad as a chain and bad as a prison. So if we can change our minds, if we have the flexibility and the prerogative to change our minds on things, it's a good idea to do so. In Japan's Conrafe, I think most of us have changed our mind here about certain things. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I've changed my minds about things. Even as long as this channel has been running, I've changed my mind on certain things. I mean, it might surprise everyone on this channel to know that once upon a time, I was an early Exodus date supporter. I know, shocking. Shocking. Now, I was never affiliated with ABR in any way, but I used to believe in an early Exodus date. Okay. Why not? Everyone else thought it was right. Why shouldn't I believe it was right? Yeah. I used to think Ron Wyatt was credible. Alexis, shocked and betrayed. Now that's gone too far. Yeah. I used to believe Ron Wyatt's stuff. I used to be an early Exodus date supporter. Okay? There's a lot of things I used to believe I don't anymore. New data, new interpretations, you know, better reading of the Bible. You know, that's where you go with this. So, and Japonis Conrafe, same here. As I said, I was an interpreter for Wyatt. Yeah. That sounded so good, though. So good. Especially that blood on the Ark of the Covenant thing. Oh my gosh, what a great story. Oh yeah. We all bought it. I mean, at least a lot of us did. You know how Christ was crucified on Gordon's Calvary because it did look like a skull. It still looks like a skull. And the blood dripped down the cross and into the cracks and down the crevices and then dripped onto the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant. Great story. Oh, it hit the skull of Adam too. Can't forget the skull of Adam. It too was there. Oh, I heard that one. Well, I'm just surprised he didn't include the skull of Barney. Barney the dinosaur skull. You know, once the blood dripped on the skull of Adam, then it dripped on the blood of the on the skull of Barney the dinosaur, and then onto the Ark of the Covenant. BC, what? Oh, sure. The skull of Adam? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was part of the story at one point. Yeah, he did say that. I heard him say that. Oh, yeah, I heard him say that. Not Barney the dinosaur, but Skull of Adam, yeah. No, the part it's the blood dripping on the skull of Barney the dinosaur. That was my addition. But yeah, he at one point he did say that the blood of Christ dripped from from the cross onto the skull of Adam onto the Ark of the Covenant. And I think he eventually dropped that because that was going a step too far. But he did say it at one point. I know because I heard him say it. Woo! Yeah. So, there was a time when I bought into Ron Wyatt stuff. As I said, my ideas change as I get new and better data. So, and I think Isaac Freeman, he was really milking that one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he really milked that one. Right down to the whole he milked that in so many ways. Like he made up the story of like 4 or 6 Israeli soldiers dying in the in the tunnels as they went to retrieve the ark, and he had to pull their bodies out. Later on, you hear him on his deathbed in an interview goes, "Well, I don't know if that really happened. I just heard it." What? You're the one who came up with the story. You came up with the story, and now you don't know if it's true? And you didn't go in there and retrieve the bodies? Just... Oh, yeah, he milked it in so many ways. With the fake arc picture and all that. It was just... Oh my gosh, it was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. Alexis, bro, hot onto the wrong field. You should have become a fictional writer. Yeah. Oh yeah, if he had become a fictional writer, nobody would care. No one would care. Yeah, we'd be talking about video games made out of his work instead of the damage he does to Christianity. Haystack, if it wasn't the skull of Adam, it'd be the skull of Barney Rubble. Yeah, probably. Oh boy. Okay, so, but yeah, I have to admit, there are times I was taken by some of these things. Okay, but again, you should have the mental flexibility to learn from your mistakes, and to be able to correct your mistakes. And I think that's just being a responsible human being as well as a responsible scholar. All right, let's get back to the super chats here. Next one here is from BC. He says, question below. Let me find that now. Close here. Is it one? Okay. BC. How did first century Roman converts keep the 7th-day Sabbath with their 8-day week? With great difficulty, essentially. Roman converts had to, in many ways, keep track of the days. So, some Roman converts, this was easy. Some it wasn't. And we do see this, for example, when it talks about when some people started abusing the Lord's the Lord's Supper. Especially, say, more wealthy people who didn't have to work would come to church early, eat, drink, eat all the food, get drunk. And this is where Paul starts saying, hey, don't you guys got homes to get drunk in? And basically, Paul tells them, hey, some of these guys are coming in off the fields. They've had to work a full day. They're slaves. They're laborers. If it's a Roman Wednesday, as opposed to the equivalent of a Jewish, there's going to be some people who are working on that day. They're going to have to come off the fields, and they're not all that nice smelling. They're hungry because they haven't eaten. And you've pigged out, and you're not sharing. Okay? So, it was a problem. This whole sort of misalignment of the calendars of the weeks was a problem. And it was a problem because of how the Sabbath was being kept. And how basically people would, as I said, the rich, wasn't a problem for them. They had free time on their hands. They could just come in whenever they want, eat as much as they want, and then they get drunk and go home. Yeah. Church as a social club has always been a problem, as my producer just said. So, and this is why, I guess, as I said, Paul basically takes the abuse of the Lord's Supper and basically takes these people to task. So, he's basically telling them, hey, okay, you can just, if you want to get drunk, do it in your homes. You want to gorge out on food? Do it at home. Church is not the place for this. Okay? Instead, if you've got food, bring some to share. I'm sure they would appreciate this. Your brothers in Christ have been worked in the fields, and they're hungry, and they're still coming to church. Yeah, bring them something to eat. They might like that. That'd be a nice thing to do. So it's really one of those situations where, because the weeks rotated, the Sabbath could end up on a work day. And the fact is that they didn't have to keep the Sabbath as such. In the same way that, say, Sabbath worship was a difficult thing anyway. You had both in the early church a Sabbath and a Sunday worship. Now, once the Christians were kicked out of the temple and the synagogues, Sabbath worship ceased. Sunday worship basically continued. So without a synagogue and without temple, there really wasn't a point in doing Sabbath worship, considering that the Lord was the Lord of the Sabbath and had fulfilled the Sabbath rest. So they didn't have to keep a seventh-day rest, as it were. So that was no longer a requirement on, say, Roman converts. But the worship component was still, the not forsaking of the assembly was still incumbent. So the keeping of church would rotate through the Roman week. So BC the Jews would have been maintaining 7-day Sabbaths. That makes sense. Yeah, it does. The Jews would have been maintaining 7-day Sabbaths, and even the Christians were. But as I said, as soon as they were kicked out of the synagogues and the temples, they sort of gave that up. There wasn't any point in the 7th-day Sabbath. But they did still maintain the first day Sunday worship. So anyway, I hope that helps explain how they sort of managed that, which was they just sort of followed the 7 days. They would know by the previous week when the next one was. So, BC, what about Egypt with their 10-day week? It was same deal. Yeah, it's the same deal. They just keep track of where it is in the calendar. So if you know that your Jewish neighbors are going to synagogue, yeah, church is the next day. Someone's keeping track of time, even if it's not necessarily you. All right. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Addison Weir for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Wasn't Origen condemned at the Second Council of Constantinople, AD 553? One of the reasons being his universalism. Isn't that an indication that universalism or his brand of it is heresy? Well, church councils condemn people for a lot of reasons, okay? Not all of them are sound reasons. Second Council of Nicaea condemned people as heretics who wouldn't venerate icons. Was that heresy? No, hardly. It's hardly heresy. But they did it anyway. This is just something councils did. Councils would condemn for heresy anything that sort of fell out of what they thought was good practice. So, but there was other things he was condemned for. One of the things he was condemned for too was more of his association with the development of Arianism. Okay, so one of the reasons might have been his universalism, but there was more that was going on there. Origen was not well liked in the early church, and there's a reason why he wasn't well liked. In some ways, he was too smart for his own good. Okay, Origen was probably the best read, one of the most brilliant theologians of his age. Okay? But he was never ordained. Okay? So you can think of Origen as like he's a Bible scholar. He's a Bible scholar to the 3rd century. So he was a Bible scholar. He had more versions of the Bible than anybody else. Bar none. He had versions of the Bible that people didn't even know existed at the time. So he was very, very well bred, very smart, and there's one incident with Origen where he's supposed to show himself to the bishops. And he's invited to speak on a certain topic in front of the bishops. And Origen goes through scripture and says, hey, you're all wrong about this. And it says so in scripture. And the response of the bishops is, well, who's this guy who isn't ordained to tell us anything? Talk about an argument from authority. So, that's essentially what, Origen was like. He was a guy who was deeply, deeply passionate about biblical scholarship. He was deeply impassioned about the Bible itself. He's not perfect. Nobody is. He's got some issues that I think are problematic. I think his allegorical method is deeply problematic. Origen's hedge to the allegorical method was that you should have good theology. So the way Origen did his allegorical method is you start with good theology. And you get that from the church. The church gives you good theology. And then you do your allegorical method of the scriptures using the theology as a fence. So, he didn't fall into, so his allegoricalism didn't fall into his subordinationism of, say, his students. But the problem is the subordination of his students led to the career. Basically, they taught Alexander or Arius of Alexandria subordinationism, and he turned subordinationism into Arianism. So, when the theology as the fence fails, the allegorical method goes completely off the rails. And that's the problem with Origen's allegorical method. Now, the problem too is that his allegorical method became the standard. Now, we would think of, even though he was condemned at the Second Council of Constantinople, his method of interpretation became the de facto method of interpretation for nearly 1,000 years. You know, from the 5th century to the 15th century, you couldn't go to Europe, to a church in Europe, without basically getting an allegorical sermon. That was basically how interpretation was done for most of, through medieval to early modern Europe. It's only Dom Calmet that sort of changes that direction when he says, okay, yeah, allegorical method, not good. Historical critical method, better. Or sorry, historical grammatical method. Historical grammatical method. Dom Calmet came up with a historical grammatical method. So even though Origen was condemned, his method was universal. So even though he was condemned for his universalism and other misdeeds, as it were, and they weren't really misdeeds, but they led to misdeeds. His methodology became the de facto standard of Christian preaching in the West. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Yeah, it is a problem. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. All right, next super chat here is from Mama for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Great to see you here tonight. Did Egyptians have specific beliefs about dreams and nightmares? Oh, yes. We have biblical examples with Joseph, but did they write about him themselves? Yes, they did. And the most famous papyrus on this is Chester Beatty 3. This is what's called the Dream Papyrus. Okay? And what it is it's a catalog. It's called the Dream Book. It's called the Dream Book. And it's a catalog of dreams and their interpretations. And what's interesting is we find one of the ones that Joseph refers to in the Dream Book. Okay? And I think this is one of the really interesting things about this particular papyrus is, like, for example, the way that dream interpretation worked in Egypt is people couldn't just interpret your dreams willy-nilly. You know, it's one of those things where if you had a dream and you went to a priest, he couldn't just interpret it. Not permitted. He had to go to a dream book to interpret it. And he'd have to look up your dream and see it in the catalog, and right beside it is going to be an interpretation. Okay? There's going to be an interpretation and followed by a symbol, either either Nefer or Bin. Good or bad. So it's really sort of, you get the dream, the interpretation, and good or bad. So there's no mistake. Okay. Now, the dream that Joseph talks about, where he is, where he's with the food taster, okay, and the food taster comes up to him. I had this dream. I was squeezing grapes into a cup for Pharaoh. Now, that dream appears in Chester Beatty 3. And it's a bad dream. A very, very bad dream. So he's sweating bricks. He is sweating bricks. So he's going, I had this dream. I was squeezing grapes into the cup of the king. And the dream interpretation says, you're a dead man. You're a dead man. It's definitely a bad dream. You're going to lose your life. And Joseph says to him, don't worry about it. It's really a good dream. It's like, I can just imagine them thinking, okay, I got two interpretations. I hope Joseph spans out here. I don't know who this guy is, but I hope he's right, because if he's not right, I am not in a good way. Okay? So an Egyptian couldn't just interpret a dream. He had to look it up in the book and then do the interpretation based on the book. Joseph gives him another interpretation that's not in the book, that's opposite to the book. And it turns out to be the right one. So when Pharaoh has his dream about 7 fat cows and then 7 lean cows, it's not in the book either. That's not a good thing. Because the priests don't know what to do. They don't know what to do here because the interpretation is not in the book. And then at that point, the taster says, hey, I knew this guy when I was in the clink. He's kind of talented at this. You might wanna see if he's still alive and talk to him. So yeah, it was one of those. Deacon, you must be licensed to practice dream magic in Egypt. Use the manual. Yeah. Oh, yeah. BC says, more evidence that the author was intimately familiar with Egyptian practices. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is not created out of whole cloth in Babylon. I mean, there's just so many of these details in the scriptures, it's not even funny. And these skeptics want us to believe that, oh, yeah, they just cobbled in Babylon in the first millennia. Yeah, give me a break. You gotta be kidding me. No. Yeah, I'm not buying that for a moment. So. Now, we don't find the dream of the baker. You know, the baker and the bread. His dream doesn't appear in the dream book. But the one that Joseph said that one was in there. So that's a very interesting thing to see that dream in the dream book. So it does say it does seem to point to that Joseph was aware, the writer of Genesis was aware of Egyptian practices. And there's a lot of these Egyptian practices that are recorded in the book. The birthing bricks, the carrying bread bowls on the shoulders, the chain of gold, this gift of clothing for the vizier. You know, these are things that are specific to Egyptian culture. Mummification ritual, that 40 days of mummification and then 30 days of mourning. So there's a lot of this stuff that's in the whole book of in the Pentateuch that we just, how else could they have gotten this? So, but anyway, thank you very much for that super chat, Mama. I hope you found that answer interesting. I hope that helped your understanding. So, Mama says this was a fascinating answer. Thank you. I had 2 bad nightmares recently, and this has lightened my heart. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I don't think the dream book's very reliable though, so I wouldn't check your dream against the dream book. Just saying. Okay. Uh, okay, so there's last one. I don't know. I'd have to look up if Babylon did. Babylon had some weird idiosyncrasies when it comes to that stuff, though, so I'd have to look that one up. I don't know if Babylon ever had... Darkblade asks the question, did Babylon also have a dream book or anything to tie into Daniel's dream interpreting? I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. Haystack for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, my channel is started bringing in funds, so all of that gets recycled back into my and other channels like yours. Well, thank you. Not much, but thank you. Well, we appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm glad this is helping your channel. We really appreciate you being here, and we're glad this has been a blessing to you too. So, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Yeah, it's awesome to hear. It's really awesome to hear that. Next one here is from Isaac Freeman for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I got this really nice book in the mail today. It's got all these cool photos and illustrations. How do I get it signed by the author? Okay, there's a couple ways you could do it. Come to EZS in November. In November, I will be in San Diego for ETS, the Evangelical Theological Society's annual meeting. So, if you happen to be in San Diego, I could sign it then, if you come to the conference. The other way is to bring it with you to join on our tour. And I basically promised anybody who brings a copy of my book with on the tour that I'll do an illustration in there too. I don't know why I promised that, but hey. Do a custom drawing and an inscription in hieroglyphs. Every book signature. It's kind of really hard for me. it wouldn't be financially viable for me to have your book delivered to my place and me sign it and send it back out. So if you happen to chance meet me, I'll sign it. But I don't know other than that how you would get that done. So but I say the best probably is the ETS meeting in November. That's probably the best place. Okay, so I don't know where you're located, but that's the next time I'm going to be in the United States. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I'm glad you got the book. Thank you very much for purchasing the book. I do hope you enjoy it. Someday we're going to do a video where we go through some of the pictures in that book and tell some of the background stories behind them, because there was some wild background stories in some of those pictures. Really, really crazy stuff, some of those. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for purchasing our book. We really appreciate that. Hey, if anyone's got a question about the pictures in the book, you can always ask. Uh, okay, Jared Cole for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What do we know about the three kings that visited Jesus? I have heard stories, wise men, Zoroastrian priests. I was hoping that you can shed some light on who we are. I think we already answered this question. TBD said, or somebody else said that this was already asked elsewhere. So we've already answered this question. But anyway, I've already explained. I've changed my mind on this. I don't think it's Zoroastrian priests anymore. I think it's remnants of, say, Hittite worship that did this. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it, and we already answered this one. So this one again, it's I think it's basically priests from who are the remnant of, say, a Neo-Hittite cult in Turkey, Asia Minor, who came down and worshipped. So, Scarab Chronicles, I'm sorry. Okay, so you gave me the wrong question. Leading me astray, Scarab Chronicles? Really? Yeah, I didn't find a question to TBD, so I just took your word for it. There I go, trusting my peeps again. Oh boy. 3 turkeys. Okay, Isaac Freeman, I'm on the East Coast. Well, 3 turkeys, yep. ETS the year after is supposed to be in Boston. Is it really in Boston? Oh, they don't actually use it in Boston. I hope it is in Boston. I'd love it if it was in Boston. They usually do it in Rhode Island if it's in Boston. Well, let me just double check that. ETS. Let me just see. ETS jets. $2025. I don't know. I don't think they've announced the 2025 yet. Let's see where maybe if SBL, but SBL will have where they're going to be in 2025. SBL 2025. It doesn't say either. Everyone's being tight-lipped about where they're going to be in 2025. Yeah, it's hard to say where they will be in 2025. they tend to switch between East and West Coast. Okay, so that much they'll be on the East Coast in 2025 somewhere. So that much we can say. Okay. So it's unlikely that ETS will be in Boston. They usually pick Rhode Island for that particular one, but they'll be somewhere on the East Coast. Now, if they is in Boston, that'd be awesome because Boston's a great city. I love Boston. But typically, I can swing that one. Okay, so in 2025, they'll either be in Rhode Island or they'll be somewhere on the East Coast. So, but they tend to switch. And it's usually the way the cycle usually works is it's usually like last year it was in San Antonio. So they did San Antonio. They consider that East. I don't know why. So they went from San Antonio to San Diego. Then they'll go to probably either Boston or Rhode Island. And then they'll do Denver. And then they'll go back to somewhere on the East Coast again. So that's generally how they balance this. Sometimes they'll do other cities, though, too. Sometimes they'll do Chicago. Sometimes they'll do Washington, D.C. So it'll depend, but... So anyway, that's probably your best, is to hit me up at ETS. Mama says we could do Denver. Yeah, it's Denver. Denver, I'll probably be at the one in Denver because it's relatively close to me. I hate Denver though as a city. Wow, I hate Denver as a city. I vote for yes in the Bahamas. That'd be lovely. Yeah, not gonna happen, but would be lovely. Okay, so let's get on to the next super chat here. And we are here. Oh, what's wrong with Denver? The problem is that what's wrong with Denver is they do the conference downtown. Okay? And the problem is if you are on a restricted diet like we are, you kind of need a grocery store nearby. There's no good grocery stores in downtown Denver. You've got to go a long ways out for a grocery store. And there's nothing in walking distance. It was just a real pain in the butt. They had this one grocery store in downtown Denver that you need a membership to get into. Yeah, like, we're traveling through. We don't have memberships to anything there. Mama says, expensive and up their own. Ahem. Yeah. Yeah, that is Denver. Oh. Yeah, Denver's awful. Slamoran, driving in Denver's crazy streets, had to find your way around. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. I really hated Denver. What's it called? San Antonio's not bad. To be honest, San Antonio, there's lots of places to eat nearby, and some actually really good places to eat. So San Antonio is actually really a nice place to have a conference like that. In fact, when we done San Antonio a couple times now, and we now know San Antonio kind of like the back of our head or back of our hand, and it's just like, when we first arrived at San Antonio, it was like the Denny's. How can we forget the Denny's? It's right there. Yeah, San Antonio was a great place. Is a great place. Good Mexican food. You can get decent burgers anywhere. There's a Brazilian steakhouse that's phenomenal. Yeah, San Antonio was a really, really great place. And a lot of restaurants in close proximity to the convention center. You don't have that in Denver. Denver, there's very little to eat around there. It's just, you know, you're playing Hunger Games in Denver. Okay, that's what you're doing in Denver. Is you're playing Hunger Games between the cars and all that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Boston is fine. I mean, if you're actually in Boston proper, Boston has some great restaurants. A little hard by the convention center. The good restaurants are unfortunately by the water, so it could be quite a walk to get there. But if you can get there, they're phenomenal. But you do have to walk a ways. Okay. San Diego also has some good restaurants too, but they're really everything in San Diego is super expensive. Deacon, bah, I work for a natural food brokerage and call on downtown Denver stores. Yeah. Natural grocers, mom and pop stores. Okay. I just kind of wish they would pick a cheaper city than San Diego. And San Diego's just so expensive. Okay, next super chat here is from It's from Jared Cole for $5. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. Uh he asks, was there ever a pharaoh who failed the trials of their said festival and was ousted or killed? No. Nope. No pharaoh ever failed the Heb-Sed Festival. Now, for those of you who don't know what the Heb-Sed Festival is, this was a festival that was supposed to be done in the 30th year of the reign of the king. And the purpose of it was to make this obstacle course. It was an obstacle course where the king had to do obstacles. He had to run a certain distance. Basically, it was a ritual act to show that he was still healthy enough to be king. Boy, it sounds a great idea for the US president at this point. I can see the wisdom of it now. Now, yeah, we really need it now. If America ever needed a Heb-Sed Festival, it's right now. No stairs. Oh boy. I mean, BC, we need this now. Yeah. Slap her in. What was I thinking? BC, no stairs. Well, now that's a bipartisan joke. So it's just like, at least I can say that now. Everyone agrees we need it now. Doesn't matter if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Everyone knows we need it. Diane Loftus, no falling up the stairs, yo. Yeah, it is a skill to fall upstairs. Yeah, anyone can fall downstairs. Falling up the stairs, that takes talent.
Practice.
Bubble machine. Oh, my worst enemy, stairs. Poe. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, to get back to the serious question here. Now, the Pharaoh had no time limit. He could take as long as he wanted to complete these, but he had to complete them. So, so it wasn't a matter of did the Pharaoh fail it. It was more of a matter of how long did it take for him to complete. Okay, so as long as he completed it, it was fine. Didn't matter how long it took. So, come on, man. So he could take as long as. Well, I'm not terribly political myself, but you can't. This one's hard to avoid. It's just hard to avoid. So Pharaoh had to complete this obstacle course. He had to do the running. He could take as long as he wanted, as long as he completed it. Now, if he didn't complete it, and we have no record of any king ever not completing it, but we can guess where it might have happened. Okay. There's a possibility that Ramses the 11th might have done a Heb-Sed. Let me just double check the dates here. Let me just check here. Could he have done one? Just double checking something here. Yeah, Ramses the 11th reigned 30 years. And he had to go through a Wekamesu. Now, a Wekamesu is when a king is declared to be unable to rule anymore. Usually because he loses his marbles. Now, there were two Wekamesus. One happened during the reign of Ramses XI. The other one was during Mentuhotep IV. How long did he reign? Just to check here. Yeah, Mentuhotep IV only reigned 7 years. So Mentuhotep IV probably would not have gone through a Heb-Sed. But it's likely that Ramses the 11th would have had, at least there would have been the suggestion that he would have gone through a Heb-Sed, as probably the situation where he couldn't have passed. So it's very, very likely that there was no king that really failed one. But if there's one that came close, it would have been Ramses the 11th. Okay? Because he's the only one that was old enough that would have been required to have a Heb-Sed Festival and would not have been able to pass it. So, we don't know of anyone who was. It wouldn't have ended up being if a king had failed the Heb-Sed, he wouldn't have been ousted. Okay, that's not what you did with kings that failed the Heb-Sed. And failing the Heb-Sed is only theoretical anyway. We don't know of any king that failed the Heb-Sed. But the remedy, we do know what the remedy would have been for failing the Heb-Sed, which is you would have been retired. Not killed or ousted. You would have been retired. They would have, the vizier would have declared a Wekamesu, and then either the vizier would take over as regent, or the heir apparent would have been taken over as regent. Either one could have happened. And in the case of, say, the Wekamesu of Montuhotep IV, it was the vizier that became the regent. In the case of Ramses XI, there was two regents, Paheri, who is high priest of Karnak, and Semendes, which was Ramses II's heir. Okay, so there was no ever to wrap this up. There was no pharaoh that ever failed the Heb-Sed Festival, as far as we know. And even if he had, he wouldn't have been ousted or killed. He would have just been basically retired. Okay? And then a regent would have ruled in his place until his eventual death. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Star Wars Nerd for 499. This is our last super chat here. What are your thoughts on Ezekiel 25 to 26 referring to human sacrifice? Some scholars argue with this saying Moloch was not a deity but a ritual. Okay. We've already tackled this in some very, very detail here. I don't think there is a mention of Moloch in this text. Let me just see, though. Just take a quick look at the Hebrew here, but I don't think there's any mention of Moloch in here. But we've already went through this text in detail tonight. And it's really clear that this text is not talking about human sacrifice as something God ordained. That much is really clear from the text. I think that the scholars who argue for this are just really out to lunch. They're not reading the context. Yeah, the text makes no mention of Moloch here. So, and I have no problem with viewing Moloch as a ritual, not a deity anyway. So I don't think that's either here nor there. I think there's no evidence that Moloch was ever a deity. It does seem to be that ritual of the Tophet, basically, where you're passing a child, basically doing a human sacrifice of a infant. So the idea that this is that Moloch was a ritual, not a deity, don't have a problem with that. That's probably correct. The whole idea that Ezekiel 25 to 26 is referring to human sacrifice, well, 26 is referring to human sacrifice, but it's not endorsing it. There is that distinction. Now, what I think some scholars, when like for example, Stavrokopoulou, when she says that 26 here is Yahweh saying that the good, the commands that were not good was Yahweh endorsing and making a command to commit human sacrifice. I think that scholarship is baseless. I think that scholarship is completely out to lunch. So, I mean, it's really clear from the whole context of the passage. Context, context, context. How many times do we have to go through this? The context of the passage talks about abominations, idol worship, defiling Sabbath, those things. Okay? And then we get down to these ordinances that were not good. Well, what ordinances are that? There's two sets of ordinances here. The ordinances of God that says, give up your idols, give up your abominations, and the ordinances of the fathers, which is, keep your idols and your abominations. And then it talks about 26 abominations. Huh. So, when it says, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they could not live, they're just saying, the Lord's just saying here that these are people that turn their nose up at God's ordinances. And God says, and I pronounce them unclean because of their gifts, and that they caused all firstborn to pass through the fire. Wait, if God is saying commit human sacrifice, why is he also saying they're unclean when they do this? Oh, well, that's gotta be because, a redactor later on changed it. Oh, good grief. Good grief. What ridiculous rubbish. What absolutely ridiculous rubbish. Ryan Naylor says the convenient redactor. Yeah, it's always the convenient redactor. Something doesn't agree with what your bias is. Oh, a redactor just went in and changed it. It's always a convenient redactor. Yeah. Nothing reads as it says. It just changed because of some nebulous ideology that we can't define, but hey, a redactor changed it. Isaac Freeman says, so they just invalidate the writing when it disagrees with what they want to prove. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's it in a nutshell. Yeah. Yeah, it's my redactor. My redactor. My redactor. You could say that. She is my producer. She does redact me. My producer says that it comes down to this, where they're just going to change it to meet what they want. Yeah. No, it just drives me nuts because there's no basis for this. But they'll just go in and they'll just say, oh, well, they had to have had, because they were vicious savages, of course. Of course they were vicious savages. So they must have been doing, Yahweh must have been demanding human sacrifice, and then just the redactor went in and changed it after. But it originally said to commit sacrifice. Commit human sacrifice. It's just like, oh, good grief. Oh. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answered the question. As I said, we've been through this passage a lot tonight, and it's just this, the scholarship here is not based on the text. It's not based on the text, and it's not based upon any readings of the text. There's no reading of Ezekiel out there that basically says, go commit human sacrifice. There isn't one. But they'll bring up the elusive redactor every time. That's the magic bullet. That's the magic wand. It's magic. Alexis, you get a redactor. Everyone gets a redactor. Yeah. That's about it. Boy, oh boy. Okay, so that was the last super chat of the night. Let's take a few non-super chats here, and then we'll call it a night. I saw one here from Mama here, which is the difference between that and a scribal gloss. That a scribal gloss is only adding context, never taking away. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what a scribal gloss is. It's basically a piece of text that's inserted to explain something. A redaction is when a scribe goes in and changes the content. Okay? So let's say you have a scribal gloss of this passage, okay? So let's say we let's just highlight here. Oh, the human sacrifice one, because why not? Okay. So if a scribe was to put a scribal gloss in here, he might do it like this. Might say, in that they caused the firstborn to pass, and then through the fire, and then the scribal gloss might be, which is an altar to Moloch, so that I might make them desolate. Okay? That would be a piece of text that's inserted to add an explanation. That's a scribal gloss. It never takes away from the text, but it explains it by addition. Okay? Yeah. Scribal glosses are never there to change the meaning, not intentionally anyway. But they're there to explain it. So that's the difference between scribal gloss and, say, a redaction. Whereas a redaction would come in and make a change. Like, for example, a redaction here might be, like, for example, so that I make them, instead of desolate, pleasing, in order that they might know that I am the Lord. So a redaction would actually change the content. BC, we need a full commentary on the whole Bible. Yeah, I need infinite time, and that would be a lot more than 25,000. That would be a chair. Okay, a research chair. An independently funded chair. Okay, so that's what it would take. Jack Ray, BC, right after a 24-hour live stream, no doubt. Yeah, probably. Hey, if you can pull off an independently funded chair, then yeah.
24-hour
Half the 24-hour live stream will be Merneath eating dinner in front of the bunny cam. Diane Loftus, that would be a lot of dough. But it has been done. There have been people who have funded independent permanent chairs. How much is it right now? I think it was something like 2 to 3 million or something like that. It's all done through institutions. So how much does a research chair cost? Okay. Let's see here. Okay, a fully endowed chair is about 5 million. 2 million for an endowed chair that supplements an existing position. Less at small schools. Okay. So UCLA, here's their price sheet. Okay, so this is from the UCLA price sheet. 5 million for an endowed chair creates a new position. 2 million for an endowed chair that supplements an existing position. 3 million for a chair at the School of Medicine. 1 million for a postdoc. Duke has athletic chairs here. Let's see here. Duke says 3.5 million for a full professorship. 2 million for an endowed assistant or associate professorship. So between 2 and 5 million is essentially looks like the range. So So 2 to 3 million will get you a fully endowed chair. So that's basically what it would need. And this is basically how this is generally done is you basically give a gift, a large gift, to a local institution like a university or a college. And you basically say this gift is dependent upon you employing this guy for the rest of his natural life. Okay? So, and what happens is this. The guy, so basically the guy basically gets a job paid for at the local university. He doesn't have to teach or anything like that. He can if he wants, but he doesn't have to. And he basically does research at that university. They give him an office and a library card, etc. And they basically pay him a stipend. Basically pay him a stipend to basically keep putting food on the table. And when he dies or retires, the university then gets to keep the money and pay for the next person. So the university basically forgoes being able to choose somebody for the lifetime. But universities don't think in terms of, say, single lifetimes. They're thinking in terms of centuries. So for them, they're thinking in terms of, hey, we got this guy who's fully funded for 50 years. That's small. That's for them. That's a blip. That's a blip for them. So they're thinking, okay, we'll put up with this guy for 50 years. He might be totally incompetent, but he's paid for. He can do whatever he wants, And then when he passes on, the money for the chair then goes on to whoever they want to pick for it. So, Diane S. Loftus. So pays it forward. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're called research millionaires. So, BC, who will put up with you? I don't know. That I'm still trying to figure out. Yeah. Darkblade. Some European universities are almost 1,000 years old. Some are over 1,000 years old at this point. So yeah, that's the sort of the scope that universities think. They don't think in decades. They think in centuries. So for them, putting up a guy in an office for a while to get the next funding is a sweet deal for them, and they know it. So that's what it would take, essentially, to get the entire the entire commentary of the Bible. It would be a fully funded chair. Mama says, doesn't Harvard have like 50 billion endowment and yet they still fundraise? Oh yeah, absolutely. Because here's the thing. They don't want to touch the endowment. The way universities work is they have a large endowment. This is their savings. Okay. Think of it this way. The endowment is the savings. All the university operations need to be able to come off of the interest on that savings. Now, Harvard, the chief financial chief financial officer of Harvard, basically says that they get about, on average, 17% interest a year on their savings. So you can figure that they're getting $8 billion in interest. They're making $8.5 billion a year on their endowment. that goes back into the operations of the university. Okay, so they're taking the interest, they're paying salaries, they're paying upkeep of the facilities, they're doing all the groundskeeping out of that. Okay, and but they always want to. They'll never touch the endowment. That's supposed to be untouchable. Your endowment is your nest egg that you make interest off of to fund your future. So, yes, they have a $50 billion endowment, but they're not going to touch it. They're not going to touch it because they're living off the interest. If they have to touch the endowment, something's gone very wrong. And this is one of the things that some schools have gotten into trouble for, which is not having a large enough endowment to pay for all their schools. I know Ted's got into this problem. There was a time when Trinity Evangelical Divinity School was overexpanding. They'd bought a law school. They had a radio station that nobody cared about. Not in the slightest. It was a worthless radio station, but okay. But it came to their accreditation cycle, and the accreditors told them, hey, you don't have enough money here to keep your operations going by your endowment. That's a serious flaw. You guys are depending entirely on your tuition to pay for everything. What happens if enrollment goes down? If enrollment goes down, you can't pay the bills. Students won't be able to complete their degrees, and the whole university goes down. So they faced an accreditation crisis because they didn't have a big enough endowment to keep operations going. So they ended up having to sell their radio station. They sold their law school, and I think they sold some of their satellite colleges. I think they had a satellite college in Florida that they also sold. But for them, it was a very serious thing. They needed that extra money to shore up the endowment to make sure that they could keep things going. So, Mama says, "Oh, I get living off the interest, but $8 billion should be plenty for any university, in my opinion." And frankly, it is. And this is one of the reasons why Harvard is so successful. It's because of excellent financial management. So, yeah, then they do have tuition coming in on top of that. So, as my producer says, though, this is how Scandinavian colleges go without being able to charge tuition. Is if you have a large enough endowment, you don't need to charge tuition. That's just extra money. Jack Ray, poor handling of things this year, though, maybe. Yeah, I don't know what their financial situation is this year, but... Okay, let's do a couple more super chats here. We've got about a half hour left. So, what do we got for super chats? Or non-super chats? Okay, we are... My producer here is... way back at the beginning, huh? Let's see here. No, we're not going to take his. He behaved badly. He's been lurking on our channel for a while. And he's been behaving badly in the comment sections. So, yeah, that didn't surprise me that John Irish was behaving badly. Did he say he got booted on other channels? Oh, he called me a jerk tonight, huh? Oh, that's nice. Okay, well. No, if he doesn't follow the rules, he doesn't get his questions answered.
What was the question?
Yeah, if you don't put a Q and a colon in front of your questions, they don't exist. 803. Okay. Almost there. Okay. 803. Okay, keeps learning, is it? Okay. Keeps learning ask. Is it true that archaeology proves that Yahweh as a covenant name predated the Exodus? We don't have solid proof of this. Okay. Now, there's some suggestion of it from, say, the Soleb Temple inscription that there could be one instance of it that dates to Amenhotep III, which is in the mid-14th century, but it's not strong evidence. The problem is that that particular instance doesn't have a theophoric determinative, so it's not really, we can't really be sure that that's a reference to Yahweh. So, we are not, we don't have a good case for it. We got a sort of an ambiguous case for the Shasu of Yahoo. That's as close as we got. But we don't have any strong evidence of it existing prior to the Exodus. It could have. In fact, I'm guessing it probably did. But we just don't have that evidence. So, anyway, thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, what's next?
What the next?
Yeah, I'm up there. Haystack, what's my favorite ice cream? Haystack asks, what is your favorite ice cream? It is praline. But not just any praline. Praline from the University of Wisconsin Dairy. Okay? University of Wisconsin Madison. My producer is just now. There's this ice cream shop on the campus of the University of Madison in Wisconsin. And they have a creamery. They also have a herd of cows. And it was the best ice cream I have ever had anywhere. We were there for they have also it's very close, so it's a block away from the veterinary college. And we used to take our rabbit to the veterinary college there. And it was in the middle of January in a Wisconsin winter, so it's cold. It's freezing. And there's this lineup like a block long. And we asked, what's this lineup for? Yeah. And we found that it was a creamery, and my wife makes the snide comment, who would be standing in line in a Wisconsin winter for ice cream? And a professor walks by, and she says, have you ever tried the ice cream here? It's like, well, no. Uh, he says, you gotta try it. Like, okay. We didn't wait for the line, but we but when the line sort of died down, we went in and asked, okay, which ice cream's good? Praline. All right. I'm not a big fan of praline, but it's like caramel and pecans and all that. But this was the best ice cream I have ever tasted. Must have been like 20% milk fat or something. It was phenomenal. I couldn't believe how good it was. It was just crazy delicious. Crazy delicious. Oh. I've never had ice cream before or after like it. Ben and Jerry's does not hold a candle to this stuff. Not even close.
Road trip. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, this one's worth a road trip. I would say there's a couple things it's really near to their arboretum too. They've got this glass arboretum there that's really cool as well. So yeah, so it's just incredibly. If you ever go to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, try the ice cream. It's not open late, so it's like open at, I think it opens at like noon and closes at like 2. It's a really short window. But dang, is it worth it. It is so worth it. Yeah, it was a 3-hour drive from Chicago. Yeah. All right. Louis Sandoval asks, how many biblical euphemism words are in the Bible, and can you describe the most funny, unusual, or interesting ones? I don't know. There's several euphemisms. Like for example, I love the one for making a treaty, which is to cut a treaty. You cut a treaty. You don't write a treaty. You cut a treaty. Now the idea is you've got a scroll that you unroll, you cut a portion off, and then you write the treaty on there. I think that's always super interesting and very illustrative. But you find other sort of euphemistic words in the Bible too. So that's not the only one, but that's the one that sort of springs to mind, is cutting a treaty. Okay. Okay, 1142. He has asked this. Between Super Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog, Crash Bandicoot, and Rayman, who is David's favorite and why? I don't have one on this one. I have never played any of these games ever. I've played a lot of games. Okay, I've played a lot of video games. I used to be a video game junkie. But none of these 4 I've actually played. So, unfortunately, I don't have a favorite on this selection. I tended to be more into open world games, role-playing games when I was younger. Like, for example, when I was in high school and college, I was really into the whole Ultima series, like Ultima 3, Ultima 4, Ultima Underworld, Ultima 9, Ultima 8 Pagan was probably my favorite. That and Ultima 3, I love Ultima 3. But I was that was sort of what I was into in high school. High school and early college. But I never had a video console. I've never owned a video console, never owned a Nintendo, never owned an Atari, never owned any of those consoles. So because I've never owned a console, I've never had those sort of games. So almost all the games I've ever played have been on PC for the most part. So if it's not on PC, I haven't probably played it. I'll take that comment there. Team Jabari Osazi, stop ducking the debate. You know, he wrote me like 2 weeks ago, and he wrote me on Facebook and said, you know, contact me on email. Okay, so I sent him an email. Doesn't respond. I don't know how to get him to respond back to me. I don't. I've tried like a dozen times now to respond to them. I tried to respond to him on Facebook Instant Messenger. Won't talk to me there. I try to respond to him by email. Won't talk to me there. I don't get it. He even told me to send it to his email address. He gave me his email address. Yeah. Now, Jabari won't talk to me directly. He's always going through Sonnetter. And Sonnetter just won't respond. I don't understand what the game is here. Because he tried smoke signals. Tried Morse code. Come on. No, I just can't get him to respond to me. I mean, he insists on a phone call, but I won't take a phone call. I won't take a phone call because of I can't record it. I can't keep it in writing. I want it in writing. Whatever I agree to, I want it in writing. So I won't do a phone call. Yeah, homing pigeon, yeah. That's about what we're down to is homing pigeons. Because the guy won't respond in any other way. No, I've Mama says, yeah, what's the point of a phone call? That's just dumb. Dumb. Yeah, I agree. You know, he keeps going like real men call. No, real men get it in writing. Real men keep everything in writing. You know, there's some sort of weird thing in that community where if you don't talk and you don't and it's all done through talking, it's not somehow official. No, do it in writing. You know, do it in writing. You know, I've always learned that person who's going to try to stiff you is not going to want it in writing. Deacon, real men get it in writing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. I remember hearing when I worked at an FDA company, they used to say that if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. Yeah. So I want whatever, you know, even just to go on his channel for an interview. And he's asked me to come onto his channel for an interview, and Sonnetter has. And I said, okay, let's talk about the details. Static. All I get from him is static. Yeah, he just won't answer. So yeah. There's some issues there with how they treat some of their guests and that such because of some guests didn't get it in writing. So I won't do that. I'll insist on it being in writing. Okay. Let's see. Anything else here? Oh yeah, I agree with you, Mama. Absolutely agree with you, Mama. She says, I don't trust anyone who insists only on a handshake or doesn't give definite dates, deadlines, quotes on paper. No, and you shouldn't. No, if it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. You know, anyone can agree to absolutely anything at that. You know, it's just like Gabe Reagan. Sounds like someone who doesn't want receipts on record. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too, honestly. Bible exegete. There's no way going through this you would do a debate or an interview. Yeah, not as it currently stands. No, if they're not willing to put it in writing, you don't know what the terms are. You don't know when to show up. You don't know what time to show up. There's, you need it in writing. You absolutely need it in writing. Alexis, just look this guy up. I can see why he doesn't want to debate you, yeah. Well, I think he understands, too, that I am not unaware of that community either. I understand that community. So it's not like some of the other Egyptologists that have sort of bumbled into things there. So I think that presents a bigger problem to them. Okay, let's take one more non-super chat here, and then we'll call it. I think we'll probably call it a night, because 10 minutes is probably just enough time for one non-super chat. Deacon, how do you take your eggs? Poached, with hollandaise sauce, on smoked salmon, and on a croissant. I wish. That's the way I used to love having my eggs. Don't take them that way anymore. But it's delicious. No, nowadays it's a lot more modest. But I can tell you, the best way to have them, if you've got the choice. He took us to a Jewish deli. I forget what the name of it was. It was in Chicago. Yeah, I would agree. Smoked salmon is for special days. Yeah, it's really pricey. I don't get to eat it very often. Ancient History Gamer, raw eggs are nasty. Oh, it depends. I mean, there's some times when you want a raw egg. I can think of a time when I want a raw egg. On sushi. Okay? I don't want them to cook my eggs. Not on sushi. I love the sushi that has like the flying fish roe, which is raw. Okay, those are raw eggs. And then they put a little raw quail egg on it. Quail egg yolk. Okay? Delicious. Absolutely delicious. But yeah, I love poached eggs. Poached eggs are delicious. But I like eggs a lot of ways too. I mean, I'll have them like I'll do omelets. I'll do steamed eggs. I love eggs all sorts of ways. But poached with hollandaise sauce. Oh, I love hollandaise sauce, and it's so easy to make too. Yeah, now I'm hungry. Thanks, guys. You've made me hungry again. Dark Eye Blade asks, did ancient Egyptians eat eggs? What was their word for it? Yes, they did eat egg, and I'd have to look it up just a second, and I'll get that for you. They did eat eggs. They tend to eat duck and goose eggs, which is a very different experience if you've never had one. Let's see here. We had a duck egg once in England. A neighbor brought us a duck egg. And they're large. They're large. They're about twice to 3 times the size of a chicken egg. Very, very rich too. Okay, the Egyptian word for egg is suhat. I will post it in here, which is SW. And this should be a round H. Good. There you go. Bubble machine. Emojis. Okay, let's take a look at Bubble Machine's question here. Bubble Machine, where is your question? On emojis. Okay, I see it. Okay. Bubble Machine asks, is it just me, or do your custom emojis seem kind of lonely? They need one or two critters, perhaps. Maybe even a glittering vampire. No glittering vampires. Vampires don't twinkle. We have an alien. We have a sound fox. We have Mr. EC. What else do we have? We got Manetho. Yeah. We have the Velociraptor. Nobody has a Velociraptor. We also got the Scarab. So we do have a selection. We are limited to how many emojis we have. So there's a limit to the custom emojis. So it's not like we'd get an unlimited supply of emojis. I think we've got slots for 2 more, but that would be the limit, I think. Yeah, YouTube only allows you a limited number of custom emojis. Okay, so it's one of those things that if we got more memberships, they might allow us more emojis. It's one of those things where it's based upon tier. Okay, so if they're making a lot of money off of you, they allow you more emojis. If you're not making so much money, they kind of get less with the emoji, more stingy with the emojis. So it's one of those things that it's a custom thing. So are basically based upon how much money they're making off of you. So yeah, it is kind of a bummer that it is limited, but you know, I would love to get a lore emoji. Now, what would be a lore emoji? What would we qualify that? Because we do have a bunch of different lore on this channel. We got a lot of lore on this channel. This channel does not seem to be lacking for lore. In fact, we on our Discord server, we got a new piece of lore. Just this week, we had some guy come onto the Discord and try to argue their point based upon GPT, or Chat GPT. They were using arguments from Chat GPT for everything. The guy's name was Chad, so he started earning the nickname Chad GPT. We should get a Chad GPT emoji. It was hilarious. Yeah, I agree. It was hilarious. Chad face in front of a Chat GPT symbol. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was hysterical. I mean, the guy couldn't formulate a single argument on his own. It was just like, you got to be joking, right? He was spelling all his commands. Yep. Oh, but he thought he was so smart. He thought he was so smart. It was.
He liked like.
Wants Mr. EC with fangs. Oh, that would be scary. Glittering Mr. EC with fangs. Ooh. Ooh. Mr. EC in a vampire cape. With fangs. Vampire EC. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know about that one. Oh, I'm still kind of in favor of the Chad GPT. That was just
Chad GPT.
Chad GPT was. Alexis says he even said mic drop after pasting his Chat GPT summary in Discord. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was just so stupid. So stupid. Fabulously stupid. He was just like amazing. He was amazing. So yeah, we got Jack Ray Giga Chad GPT. Yeah, probably. And he was serious. Yeah. Yeah, that was the amazing thing. He was actually serious. That he could think he could win arguing something based upon nothing but Chat GPT. Oh, and it was so... the answers were so bad. So bad. Oh boy, it was awful. It was so cringe. It was so cringe. A dead emoji. I don't know how we would get a corpse inside of a fish in an emoji. We could think of one, though. Oh, and you could do. Wrong Wyatt emoji? Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, it was really cringe. I mean, just amazingly cringe. And he got so angry, too. So angry. You know, people were telling him, hey, you know, maybe you should lay off the Chat GPT and try to formulate an argument yourself. Yeah, he wasn't having anything of it. Well, he couldn't formulate an argument on his own. I mean, that tells us something about how dependent people can get on these technologies. Is, well, what happens when you don't have access to those technologies, or when those technologies let you down? You know, it's a real issue, and we're seeing this more and more. I mean, there was a I remember seeing a was it a teacher talk about, you know, how she was arguing with a student, you know, and the student was, you know, saying to the teacher, you know, you're lying to me. You're lying to me when you tell me these things. And she goes, well, how do you know you're telling the truth? And he says, well, I look it up. And she did something very intelligent, and she said, show me how you're looking it up. And she was expecting him to do it on Google. But he didn't. He did it in Chat GPT. He was getting all his answers from Chat GPT. And he was thinking that this was authoritative. Wow. You know, this week I started playing with a little bit with Chat GPT. And the answer I got, I mean, I asked the question, okay, why is Dr. Falk correct about the evidence based on ancient sources? Very simple question, you know. And it managed to identify who I was. But beyond that, the answer was terrible. It was terrible. It would have gotten a C- in a high school class. It was that quality of work. Didn't do ancient sources. It misrepresented the ancient sources. It didn't understand what the ancient sources were saying. So, you know, it was really awful. So then, you know, it doesn't surprise me that, you know, when, say, Chad GPT comes on our channel, and Harry Stark, can super chat still be asked, or is the stream ending? It's ending really soon, but if you're really quick, I'm still talking here, you can get one in. Okay? So when he starts talking about Chad GPT here, starts talking about, the old chronology versus the new chronology as being standard Egyptological terms. So, I had asked him, okay. There's and I had asked him, well, this is not standard Egyptology. Egyptology doesn't have an old chronology and a new chronology. I asked him, what did you mean by this? What do you mean by this? And then he just starts to flip out and goes, well, you can't be an Egyptologist if you don't know what this is. It's like, these are not terms used in Egyptology. Well, ChatGPT tells me it does. Oh boy. I'm like, really? Oh gee. Yeah. So, that's just oh boy. So he calls me a fraud. He leaves once, he comes back, does some more chat GPT, and then he gets really upset. Mike drops and leaves. It's like, okay. Yeah, okay, this is the class of the argument that ChatGPT made. Okay, so whew. Alright, so we got a no, it wasn't. Darkblade says, I suspect the new chronology might have been meant something related to role of flamenco. It wasn't. It wasn't. It was really weird. It wasn't anything I'd seen before. It was something that had been calculated from lunar years. So it wasn't flamenco and it wasn't roll. It was something else. And it was something that was generated from ChatGPT. So it was neither. Mama, a pigeon trying to play chess. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it was pigeon chess. For those who don't understand what pigeon chess is, it's like trying to win an argument with a pigeon. Play chess with a pigeon. Okay? Pigeon knocks over the pieces, does its business on the board, and then declares itself the winner. Okay? It doesn't know enough to understand the game.
Bunny chess. Play chess with a bunny. Turns around. Give you the bunny.
Yeah, pretty much. I want to thank Jack Ray here for 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. He's trying to get us a few more emoji slots. Well, wonderful. Thank you so very much. And he does it again. So thank you so much. We really, really appreciate your support of the channel. It helps. Bible exegete. I saw ChatGPT referencing Velkovsky's new chronology. Wouldn't surprise me. I think it references a lot of different stuff. But that's the thing about ChatGPT is it's not very discriminating. And I have noticed, a lot of people have noticed that you can frame a question in ChatGPT so it always endorses it. Oddly enough, I tried to get it to endorse a Ron Wyatt, and I couldn't get it to. So I can get it to endorse a lot of things. So we've made ground there that there's nothing you can do to get ChatGPT to endorse Ron Wyatt. Even ChatGPT has its standards. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay. So, last one from Harry Stark here. Okay, and this is a good question to end on. Even GPT hates Ron Wyatt. Yeah. Confirmation bias into it. Says the Bible exegete. Okay, Harry Stark asks, did the Apostle John write the book of Revelation, or did another John write it? We're not exactly sure. Okay? In early church history, there's two Johns that are mentioned. The Apostle John and John the Presbyter. And we're not sure if the two are different, the two are the same, It's possible that they're both the same. We're just not sure. The only thing we're really sure of is that the book of Revelation was written by a guy named John. Okay? We do know that the Apostle John lived to an old age. So it is possible that John the Apostle could have written the book of Revelation. It's possible. But we don't know if it was him. So, scrolls of the ancient world were typically had the names of the author on the outside. So this was one of the things that would have been preserved in copies of the various books of the New Testament. So, like, this is how we know, for example, that and early church fathers would have referenced it too. So we're not exactly sure in the case of the book of Revelation. We do know that the Gospel of John was written by the Apostle John. That much we know. But it's possible that there were other Johns too. John being a very common name in the New Testament period. It is possible that there's another John. I mean, there's more than one John running around. Yeah.
Which is why.
Yeah. People at the time would have known. We sort of are unsure today. Emily Todescu says Dr. Warren Gage made a compelling case that the book of Revelation, book of John, and Revelation are chiastic in reference to each other. Yeah, it's possible. In which case, it probably would have been. I don't know, but we could look it up. I haven't read Gage's work here, but it's an interesting thought. I like that thought. I think that's a very interesting thought. So that's something worth pursuing. So thank you for suggesting that. I hadn't heard of that before. So yeah, very interesting. But as far as I know, we're not sure about the authorship of which John it was. We know it's a John, and a John that was known to the early church. So, but it is an excellent question. Jack Ray. Maybe even John Ben John or John Johnson equivalent could be. Who knows? So, anyway, that's going to be the last comment for the night here. We're going to sign off at this point. We want to thank you all for joining us tonight. We want to especially thank the people who gave us super chats and who support the channel through gifts through PayPal. We really, really appreciate it. As I said, it's been a lean month, so we want to thank you very, very much for your support of the channel. It's how we continue to do the research and continue to do our writing activities here. So we are greatly appreciated for everybody who donates to the channel. It does support us directly. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube members. You also are critically important at this point. You've helped us recently on doing those repairs to our servers that helped us to write our article for the Chronology Journal. We really appreciate that. And finally, we also want to thank our regular subscribers who watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button and the bell, and recommend our content to other social media platforms, because you guys do get the message out there. With that said, thank you very much for watching. We're glad you could join us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.